Today, I've prepared the biography of Joan of Arc. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle into your bed, let your muscles relax one by one. Feel the weight of your day gently lifting away. Tonight, we'll drift through the mists of medieval France to meet a remarkable young woman whose brief life changed the course of history. The soft glow of candlelight from distant centuries will illuminate our journey as we explore the humble beginnings, divine visions, and courageous spirit of the Maid of Orleans. Let her story carry you into peaceful dreams as we whisper tales of faith, courage, and destiny across the centuries. Your eyelids may grow heavy as we travel back to a simpler yet tumultuous time, where a peasant girl would rise to become one of history's most enduring symbols of inspiration. In the gentle rolling hills of northeastern France, in a small village called Domremy, nestled along the banks of the Meuse River, a child was born who would one day become one of history's most remarkable figures. Joan of Arc, or Jean d'Arc, as she was known in her native tongue, came into this world on a winter's day in early January of 1412. The soft snowflakes likely drifted down upon the humble cottage where her first cries were heard, a simple beginning for a soul who would later inspire a nation. The village of Domremy was a quiet place where time seemed to move with the gentle rhythm of the seasons. The homes were modest structures of stone and timber, with thatched roofs that kept families warm through the cold eastern French winters. Smoke would rise lazily from chimneys, curling into the crisp air as villagers went about their daily tasks, tending to animals, working the land, and caring for their families. Joan's parents, Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Ramay, were respectable peasant farmers, neither wealthy nor destitute, but rather somewhere comfortably in between by medieval standards. Jacques was known throughout the village as an honest, hard-working man who served as a village official, collecting taxes and helping to organize the defense of the community when needed. Isabelle was a devoted mother, known for her deep piety and the gentle way she raised her children. Together, they created a home filled with love, faith, and the simple values that would shape young Joan's character. The d'Arc family lived in a stone cottage with earthen floors. Inside, the main room centered around a hearth where meals were prepared, and where the family would gather in the evenings. The warmth of the fire would cast soft, dancing shadows on the walls as Isabelle told stories to her children or taught them prayers. Joan was one of 5 children, with 3 brothers named Jacques, Jean, and Pierre, and a sister Catherine. The siblings worked together, played together, and learned the ways of rural life together under their parents' watchful eyes. In those days, childhood was brief, and from an early age, Joan would have been given responsibilities to help the family. Imagine the young girl with her dark hair, perhaps tied back with a simple ribbon, learning to spin wool, to tend to the family's animals, to help her mother prepare the daily meals of hearty bread, cheese, and pottage. A thick soup made from whatever vegetables were available from their garden. The rhythm of life in Domremy followed the changing seasons and the calendar of the Catholic Church. Spring brought the planting of crops and the birth of new animals. Summer days were long and filled with work in the fields, tending to gardens and gathering wild berries from the surrounding woods. Autumn was a time of harvest, of gathering and preserving food for the winter months ahead. And winter, though harsh, brought a different pace, time for mending clothes, for storytelling by the fire, for deeper connection with family. Throughout the year, religious festivals marked the passage of time. The villagers would gather at the small parish church, a stone building that had stood for generations, to celebrate feast days and holy days. The gentle toll of the church bell would call the faithful to prayer, a sound that young Joan found particularly moving. From her earliest years, Joan showed an unusual devotion to her faith, often slipping away to the church to pray when other children might be at play. Near Domremy was a forest called the Bois Chenu, which in local folklore was said to be enchanted. An ancient beech tree known as El Arbor des Dames, or the Lady's Tree, stood at the edge of this forest. Local children would dance around this tree in springtime, hanging garlands from its branches in a tradition that blended Christian practice with older pagan customs. While Joan likely participated in these innocent festivities as a child, she would later deny any involvement in what church authorities might consider superstitious practices. There was also a natural spring near the village, where it was said that sick people could be healed. These elements of wonder and mystery in the landscape around Domremy would have been part of the tapestry of Joan's childhood, feeding her imagination even as her practical daily tasks kept her grounded in the realities of medieval peasant life. The wider world beyond Domremy was in turmoil during Joan's childhood, though the full impact of these troubles would not have been immediately apparent to a young girl in a remote village. France was embroiled in what would later be called the 100 Years' War with England, a conflict that had begun long before Joan's birth in 1337. By the time of her childhood, the war had been raging for over 70 years, with periods of intense fighting interspersed with uneasy truces. The situation was further complicated by a civil war within France between two factions: the Armagnacs, who supported the French crown, and the Burgundians, who had allied themselves with the English. The rightful king of France, Charles VII, had not yet been crowned and was referred to as the Dauphin. He controlled only portions of central and southern France, while much of northern France, including Paris, was under Anglo-Burgundian control. These complex political realities filtered down to affect even remote villages like Domremy. The region where Joan lived was loyal to the Armagnac cause and to Charles VII, but neighboring areas supported the Burgundians. This meant that the people of Domremy lived with the constant threat of raids from nearby Burgundian sympathizers. On several occasions during Joan's childhood, the villagers had to flee temporarily, taking their livestock and what possessions they could carry to seek refuge in a nearby fortified town called Neufchâteau. Imagine young Joan, perhaps 9 or 10 years old, helping to guide the family's sheep along the road to safety, her small hand clutching a stick as a makeshift shepherd's crook, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. These experiences of displacement and danger would have made a deep impression on a sensitive child, planting seeds of concern for her country's suffering that would later blossom in extraordinary ways. Despite these periodic disruptions, daily life continued with its familiar patterns. Education for peasant children, especially girls, was minimal in the early 15th century. Joan never learned to read or write, as these skills were considered unnecessary for someone of her station. Instead, her education came through oral tradition, through the prayers and religious stories taught by her mother, through the practical skills passed down from generation to generation, through the wisdom shared around the hearth in the evenings. Isabelle Ramay was particularly influential in Joan's religious upbringing. She taught her daughter the basic prayers of the Catholic faith, the Our Father, the Hail Mary, the Apostles' Creed, which Joan would recite with unusual fervor. From her mother, Joan learned about the lives of saints, those holy men and women who had dedicated themselves to God's service, often at great personal cost. These stories of faith, courage, and divine intervention would have resonated deeply with the young girl. The parish priest of Domremy also played a role in Joan's spiritual formation. She would have attended Mass regularly in the small stone church, where the Latin words of the liturgy, though not understood in their literal meaning, created an atmosphere of mystery and reverence. The colorful images in the churches, stained glass windows, and the statues of saints would have provided visual teaching tools, bringing Bible stories and saints' lives to vivid life for a child who could not read the written word. Joan's religious devotion soon set her apart from other children her age. While they might fidget during long church services or rush through their prayers, Joan demonstrated an unusual focus and sincerity in her devotions. She went to confession frequently. Some accounts say as often as once a day, and developed a reputation in the village for her piety. Some of her childhood companions later recalled that she sometimes seemed lost in prayer or contemplation, even in the midst of ordinary activities. As she approached adolescence, Joan's spiritual life deepened in ways that were not immediately apparent to those around her. Later, during her trial, she would testify that she began hearing voices and seeing visions around the age of 13. These experiences typically came at midday, often when she was in the fields tending sheep or working in the garden. She described hearing the sound of bells, followed by a great light, and then voices that she came to identify as those of Saint Michael the Archangel, Saint Catherine of Alexandria, and Saint Margaret of Antioch. These mystical experiences remained Joan's secret for several years. She continued with her daily tasks, helping her family and fulfilling her responsibilities as a dutiful daughter, all while carrying within her the profound and life-altering knowledge of what she believed to be divine communication. Imagine the young girl outwardly going about her chores, perhaps kneading dough for the day's bread, her strong hands working the soft, yielding mass with practiced movements, while inwardly contemplating messages that she believed came from heaven itself. The content of these messages, as Joan would later reveal, gradually evolved from general encouragement to be a good girl and to attend church regularly, to more specific and dramatic instructions about her role in saving France. The voices told her that she was chosen to drive the English from French soil and to bring the Dauphin to Reims for his coronation. For a peasant girl with no military training, no political connections, and no standing in society, these instructions must have seemed impossible, perhaps even frightening. Yet the voices persisted, becoming more insistent as Joan grew older. By the time she was 16, the political situation in France had grown even more dire. In 1428, the English and their Burgundian allies were preparing to besiege the strategically important city of Orleans. If Orleans fell, the English would be able to push south into the territory, still loyal to Charles VII, potentially ending any hope of preserving French independence. It was against this backdrop of national crisis that Joan's voices became most urgent, telling her that the time had come to leave her village and fulfill her mission. The transition from her quiet life in Domremy to her public role as the Maid of Orleans would be abrupt and astonishing. But the seeds of her remarkable journey had been planted and nurtured throughout her childhood and early adolescence. The village of Domremy itself would have shaped Joan in countless subtle ways. The natural beauty of the region, with its rolling hills, flowing river, and ancient forests, provided a backdrop for a childhood spent largely outdoors. The changing seasons, the growth cycles of plants, the behaviors of animals, all these would have been intimately familiar to Joan, giving her a practical education in the workings of the natural world, and perhaps contributing to her later ability to endure the physical hardships of military campaigns. The community of Domremy, too, played its part in forming Joan's character. Medieval villages were close-knit societies where everyone knew everyone else, where joys and sorrows were shared, where mutual aid was essential for survival. From this community, Joan would have learned the values of loyalty, cooperation, and responsibility to others, values that would later inform her passionate commitment to saving her country from foreign domination. As the gentle hours of Joan's childhood flowed one into another, like the waters of the Meuse River passing by her village. No one, not her parents, not her siblings, not her neighbors, could have imagined the extraordinary path that lay ahead for the devout, hard-working girl from Domremy, the simple stone cottage where she was born, the fields where she tended sheep, the church where she prayed, the hearth where she sat with her family in the evenings. These ordinary settings were preparing an extraordinary soul for a destiny that would change the course of history. And yet, in those quiet early years, there was simply Joan, a girl with dark hair and thoughtful eyes, learning the rhythms of rural life, saying her prayers with unusual devotion, secretly beginning to hear voices that she believed came from heaven, and carrying within her heart a growing concern for the suffering of France that would eventually lead her far from the peaceful village of her birth. As we leave young Joan here, on the cusp of the remarkable journey that would take her from obscurity to immortality, we might imagine her standing at the edge of her village, looking out toward the horizon where her destiny awaited, while behind her lay the simple, nurturing world of childhood that had prepared her, though neither she nor anyone else could yet know how, for the extraordinary role she would play in the history of France and in the imagination of the world for centuries to come. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the quiet village of Domremy, nestled along the gentle flowing waters of the Meuse River in the northeastern region of France, a child was born in January of 1412, who would one day capture the imagination of generations to come. This was Joan, daughter of Jacques d'Arc and Isabelle Ramée, arriving into a world of medieval simplicity, far removed from the courts and conflicts that would later define her brief but extraordinary life. The humble cottage where baby Joan first drew breath stood solid and unassuming, built of local stone, weathered by centuries of rain and sun, a dwelling that spoke of permanence and connection to the land. Jacques d'Arc, Joan's father, was a respected farmer in their small community. He owned modest lands and held a position of some responsibility, serving as a village official who collected taxes and led the local defense during times of danger. Though not wealthy by any measure, Jacques provided his family with stability and earned the respect of his neighbors through his honest dealings and steady character. His hands were rough from working the soil, his face lined from years of watching the skies for signs of weather that might affect his crops. In the evenings, he would return home weary but satisfied, bringing with him the earthy scent of the fields that clung to his clothing and skin. Isabelle Ramée, Joan's mother, came from the nearby village of Vauthon. Her surname, Ramée, suggested that she or someone in her family had once made a pilgrimage to Rome, a journey of profound religious significance in medieval times. Isabelle was known for her deep piety and for passing along to her children a sincere devotion to the Catholic faith. In the soft glow of candlelight, she would teach young Joan and her siblings prayers and stories of the saints, her voice gentle yet filled with conviction as she spoke of divine mysteries and heavenly protection. Her hands, though worn from endless household tasks, moved with grace as she prepared meals, spun wool, and tended to the myriad needs of her growing family. The D'Arc household included Joan's brothers, Jacques, Jean, and Pierre, and her sister Catherine. Together, they lived the rhythm of rural life, their days measured by the rising and setting of the sun, the changing of seasons, and the regular tolling of church bells that called the faithful to prayer. The siblings worked alongside one another in the fields and pastures, their laughter and occasional quarrels forming the soundtrack of a childhood that, while materially simple, was rich in familial bonds and community connections. The ancestral roots of the D'Arc family reached deep into the soil of the region known as Lorraine, a borderland that had witnessed the ebb and flow of different cultural influences over centuries. This was a place where the French language melded with regional dialects, where traditions from Germanic lands to the east mingled with those of more central French provinces. The people of this region developed a particular resilience, living as they did in a transitional zone that sometimes found itself caught between powerful competing interests. Joan's paternal ancestry likely stretched back through generations of farmers who had worked the same fertile lands along the Meuse. These were people who understood the language of the soil, who could read the subtle signs of nature that foretold abundance or scarcity. They passed down practical knowledge from father to son, mother to daughter, how to plow a straight furrow, when to plant and harvest, how to preserve food for winter months, and how to repair tools with materials at hand. This ancestral wisdom formed an unwritten inheritance as valuable as any material possession. On her mother's side, the family traditions may have included special devotions to particular saints, recipes for feast days, and healing remedies using local plants and herbs. Perhaps Isabelle's mother had taught her certain prayers, believed to offer protection during childbirth or illness. Prayers that Isabelle in turn whispered to her own daughters. These spiritual practices, woven into the fabric of daily life, created a sense of continuity and comfort across generations, connecting the living to those who had gone before. The cultural context of Joan's early years was shaped by the devastating 100 Years' War between England and France, a conflict that had begun long before her birth and would continue after her death. Though Domremy lay at some distance from the main theaters of battle, the effects of this prolonged struggle reached even into this remote village. Stories of destruction, displacement, and suffering circulated through the countryside, carried by travelers and merchants who passed through on their journeys. These tales settled into the collective consciousness of the villagers, creating an undercurrent of anxiety beneath the surface of their otherwise predictable lives. For the D'Arc family, like many others in the region, loyalty to the French crown was an unquestioned aspect of identity. Despite the fact that the legitimate king, Charles VII, remained uncrowned and portions of French territory had fallen under English control, the people of Lorraine maintained their allegiance to what they considered the true royal lineage of France. This loyalty was not merely political, but was intertwined with religious belief, as the monarchy was understood to rule by divine right. When Jacques d'Arc spoke of the king in the evenings, his voice took on a reverential tone, and he would remind his children that to honor the king was to honor God's appointed ruler. The yearly cycle in Domremy followed the agricultural calendar and the liturgical seasons of the church. Winter evenings found the D'Arc family gathered around their hearth, the fire casting warm light on their faces as they engaged in indoor tasks. Jacques might repair harnesses or tools, while Isabelle and the girls spun wool or mended clothing. The boys whittled wood or helped their father. During these quiet hours, stories were shared, tales of local history, legends of saints and their miracles, and occasionally news from the wider world brought by a passing traveler who had been offered shelter for the night. Spring brought the renewal of the land, and with it, increased labor in the fields. The D'Arc children, Joan among them, would help prepare the soil and plant crops, their young hands learning the work that would sustain them throughout their lives. The village celebrated the season with traditional festivities, some with Christian significance, and others with roots reaching back to pre-Christian times. Near Joan's village stood an ancient tree known as the fairy tree, where local children would hang garlands of flowers and dance in springtime celebrations, though such customs sometimes drew the disapproval of church authorities, who saw in them remnants of pagan practice. For the villagers, these traditions were simply part of the natural rhythm of life, harmoniously blended with their Catholic faith. Summer days stretched long and golden, filled with the constant work of tending crops and livestock. Joan developed her skills as a shepherdess during these warm months, guiding the family's sheep to good grazing land and protecting them from harm. Hours spent in the quiet company of her flock gave the thoughtful girl time for prayer and contemplation. The vast sky above her, the gentle hills surrounding the village, and the flowing river nearby became the backdrop for her emerging spiritual awareness. It was during these solitary times that Joan would later claim to have first heard the voices that would guide her extraordinary journey. Autumn brought the harvest, a time of intensive community effort when neighbors helped one another gather crops before winter's approach. The D'Arc family worked alongside others in the village, sharing labor and afterward celebrating the fruits of their collective efforts. Harvest festivals combined thanksgiving for material provision with preparation for the leaner months ahead. Grain was stored, fruits were preserved, and meats were salted or smoked. The practical knowledge required for these tasks had been refined over countless generations and was passed along through observation and participation rather than formal instruction. Throughout all seasons, the parish church stood at the center of village life, both literally and figuratively. The stone building, modest compared to the great cathedrals of larger cities, but impressive within the context of rural Domremy, housed the sacred mysteries that gave meaning to the villagers' existence. Here Joan and her family attended Mass, celebrated sacraments marking life's significant transitions, and found community with their neighbors. The parish priest served as spiritual guide, educator, and sometimes mediator of local disputes, as the gentle hours of Joan's childhood flowed one into another, like the waters of the Meuse River passing by her village. No one, not her parents, not her siblings, not her neighbors, could have imagined the extraordinary path that lay ahead for the devout, hard-working girl from Domremy, the simple stone cottage where she was born, the fields where she tended sheep, the church where she prayed, the hearth where she sat with her family in the evenings. These ordinary settings were preparing an extraordinary soul for a destiny that would change the course of history. And yet, in those quiet early years, there was simply Joan, a girl with dark hair and thoughtful eyes, learning the rhythms of rural life, saying her prayers with unusual devotion, secretly beginning to hear voices that she believed came from heaven, and carrying within her heart a growing concern for the suffering of France that would eventually lead her far from the peaceful village of her birth. As we leave young Joan here, on the cusp of the remarkable journey that would take her from obscurity to immortality, we might imagine her standing at the edge of her village, looking out toward the horizon where her destiny awaited, while behind her lay the simple, nurturing world of childhood that had prepared her, though neither she nor anyone else could yet know how, for the extraordinary role she would play in the history of France and in the imagination of the world for centuries to come. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the quiet village of Domremy, nestled in the verdant valley of the Meuse River, young Joan of Arc's world unfolded in gentle rhythms that followed the seasons, the church calendar, and the daily necessities of medieval rural life. The village itself was small, perhaps 40 or 50 households gathered together for protection and community, surrounded by fields that stretched toward distant forests and rolling hills that defined the horizons of her childhood universe. The stone cottage, where Joan was born around 1412, stood humbly among others, its walls thick and sturdy, built to withstand the cold winters of northeastern France. The cottage was simple, with earthen floors covered with straw that was changed with the seasons, bringing the sense of harvest into their home. Windows were small openings, sometimes covered with oiled parchment, that let in a soft, diffused light that moved slowly across the interior as the sun made its daily journey overhead. inside this modest dwelling. The central hearth provided both warmth and light, creating a gathering place where the family would come together as darkness fell. The gentle crackling of the fire, the soft shadows dancing on the walls, and the comforting smell of wood smoke permeated Joan's earliest memories. This hearth was the heart of family life, where meals were prepared in iron pots hanging from a hook, where stories were shared, and where prayers were murmured before sleep. The cottage likely held few possessions beyond the necessities, wooden bowls and spoons for eating, perhaps a single cup shared among family members, straw-filled mattresses for sleeping, and simple wooden stools or benches. Joan's father, Joan d'Arc, was a farmer of some standing in the village, which meant their home might have been slightly more comfortable than some. But luxury was unknown in Domremy. The family's wealth was measured in more practical terms: healthy livestock, fertile fields, strong arms for labor, and enough food stored away to survive the winter. Outside the cottage, the village of Domremy spread in a loose collection of similar dwellings, connected by dirt paths that turned to mud in the spring rains and hardened in the summer sun. These paths were traveled daily by villagers going about their work, by children at play, by women carrying water from the common well, and by farmers leading animals to pasture. Education in 15th century Domremy was woven into the fabric of daily existence, a subtle tapestry of practical wisdom and oral tradition. Joan never learned to read or write in the conventional sense. The written word remained a mystery to her throughout her life, like distant shores she would never visit. Yet this absence of literacy did not diminish the richness of her intellectual development. Her mind was nourished by stories told around evening fires, by the gentle cadence of prayers recited in church, by songs that drifted through the village during festivals and quiet workdays alike. Knowledge passed from one generation to the next through unhurried conversation and demonstration, through watching and doing. Her first and most constant teachers were her parents. Joan d'Arc, her father, with his weathered hands and patient explanations, taught Joan about the rhythms of agricultural life. From him, she learned to read the sky for signs of weather, to understand the subtle changes in soil and plant that indicated when to sow and when to harvest. His knowledge was not contained in books, but in the careful observations gathered through seasons of working the land. As Joan helped him in the fields, her father's quiet voice would explain why certain seeds were planted in particular patterns, how to guide the oxen with gentle firmness, when to sharpen tools for the work ahead. From her mother, Isabelle Ramay, Joan absorbed the domestic arts that sustained family life through changing seasons. The patient instruction in spinning wool, preserving food, tending the garden, and caring for younger siblings provided practical skills, but also deeper lessons in foresight and responsibility. Isabelle's hands guided Joan's as they kneaded bread dough together. The warm, yeasty scent rising around them like a comforting embrace. These quiet moments of shared work created space for stories and wisdom to be passed along, unhurried and natural as breathing. The spiritual dimension of Joan's education came primarily through the parish church. In the cool, shadowed interior of the stone building, with sunlight filtering through simple windows to create pools of gold on the floor, Joan absorbed the rhythms and stories of the Christian faith. The parish priest, perhaps noticing her unusual attentiveness during Mass, may have taken special care to explain the meanings behind the rituals and readings. The Bible stories, heard rather than read, painted vivid pictures in her imagination. Tales of courage, faith, divine intervention, and human struggle that would later shape her understanding of her own extraordinary calling. Joan's devotion to prayer began early and deepened with time. Prayer became for her a form of learning, a way of opening herself to guidance and understanding that transcended ordinary teaching. In the gentle stillness of prayer, kneeling on the cool stone floor of the church, or in a quiet corner of her home, she developed the capacity for deep listening that would later allow her to discern the voices of her saints with such conviction. The changing seasons provided another kind of education. Each turn of the year brought new tasks, new challenges, new beauty to observe and understand. Spring taught lessons of renewal and hope as dormant fields awakened with tender green shoots. Summer brought the discipline of constant work under the warm sun, tending crops and preparing for harvest. Autumn offered lessons in gathering and preserving, in planning for leaner times ahead. Winter, with its long nights and enforced stillness, created space for storytelling and reflection, for mending tools and garments, for deepening community bonds around shared hearths. The natural world itself was Joan's most constant teacher. The flowing river near her village demonstrated both constancy and change. The forests that bordered the fields harbored mysteries and resources, medicinal plants, wild foods, materials for building and crafting. The night sky, unpolluted by artificial light, displayed the magnificent order of the cosmos, inspiring wonder and perhaps early questions about humanity's place in the grand design. Animals, both wild and domesticated, taught lessons about care, observation, and the intricate connections between all living things. Village life provided social education. In the medieval community, interdependence was not an abstract concept, but a daily reality. Families relied on one another for assistance with larger tasks like barn raising or harvest. They shared tools, exchanged produce, and supported one another through illness and hardship. In this environment, Joan learned the value of cooperation, the importance of maintaining good relations with neighbors, and the strength that comes from collective effort. She observed how disputes were resolved, how decisions affecting the community were made, how traditions were maintained and occasionally adapted to changing circumstances. Special days punctuated the steady rhythm of work and prayer. Religious festivals brought color, music, and celebration to village life. On these occasions, traveling performers might visit, bringing news from distant places along with their entertainment. Perhaps Joan first heard of the wider conflict engulfing France through such visitors. Their songs and stories painting pictures of a troubled kingdom and a rightful king denied his throne. These glimpses of the world beyond Domremy would have expanded her mental horizons, adding layers to her understanding of the realm she would later feel called to save. Local customs and folklore constituted another strand in Joan's educational tapestry. The region had rich traditions, blending Christian practice with older beliefs about nature spirits and protective forces, stories of fairies who danced near a certain tree, of saints who had performed miracles in nearby locations, of historical events that had shaped the local landscape. All these narratives contributed to Joan's worldview, creating a mental map where the visible and invisible, the historical and the mythical, coexisted and interacted. The gentle murmur of women's voices as they worked together, spinning, weaving, washing clothes by the river, created another educational space. In these female gatherings, practical knowledge was shared alongside family histories, herbal remedies, birthing wisdom, and observations about human nature. Joan, listening quietly as her hands remained busy with tasks, would have absorbed not only specific skills, but also ways of understanding relationships, of interpreting behavior, of navigating the complexities of human community. As she grew older, Joan's responsibilities increased, creating new opportunities for learning. Tending sheep in the meadows gave her time for solitary reflection, for observing nature's subtle patterns, for developing the inner resources that would later sustain her through imprisonment and trial. This pastoral work required vigilance and good judgment, knowing when weather threatened, recognizing signs of illness in animals, understanding the behavior of predators. The quiet hours spent watching over grazing sheep may have nurtured her capacity for patient attention, for noticing small changes that others might overlook. The political situation of France, though distant from daily life in Domremy, gradually entered Joan's awareness. Occasional travelers brought news of battles, of territories changing hands, of the uncrowned king's struggles against English forces and Burgundian allies. The village itself experienced the effects of the long conflict, with occasional raids by soldiers or mercenaries disrupting the peaceful rhythm of rural life. The Dauphin, Charles, was surrounded by advisors who saw her as either a fraud or a pawn. To test her, they disguised him among the crowd, but Joan walked straight to him, kneeling before the right man as though she had known him all her life. Still, the nobles hesitated. They questioned her, probed her faith, sent theologians to examine her. For weeks, she endured their scrutiny, never raising her voice, never faltering in her answers. Then, at last, they sent her to Poitiers, where a council of bishops and scholars interrogated her further. They asked about her visions, her mission, the nature of the voices that guided her. Joan spoke plainly, without flourish or evasion. She did not claim to know everything, only what she had been told. And slowly, reluctantly, even the most learned among them began to admit there was no deceit in her. Permission was granted. She was given armor, a banner, a place among the soldiers. But the true test was still ahead. Orleans, the city under siege, the first great obstacle in her path. The French commanders were wary. They had no faith in a girl leading men to war. Yet, when Joan arrived, something shifted. She did not shout orders or demand obedience. She simply moved among the soldiers, speaking to them as equals, reminding them of their cause. Her presence was like a steady flame in the cold uncertainty of battle. When the fighting began, she rode at the front, her banner catching the wind. She did not wield her sword recklessly, but she did not shy from danger. The men who had doubted her now followed. The English who had mocked her now hesitated. The siege, which had seemed unbreakable, began to falter. Within days, the city was free. The news spread like wildfire. The Maid of Orleans, they called her, the girl who had turned the tide. And though the war was far from over, something had changed. Hope, long buried, had begun to stir once more in the hearts of the French people, and Joan, who had once been just a village girl, now stood at the center of it all, not as a conqueror, but as a quiet force, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, light could still break through. She did not rest long. The road ahead still stretched far toward Reims, where the Dauphin would be crowned, toward battles yet to be fought, trials yet to be faced. But for now, in the quiet moments between the clamor of war, she would kneel in prayer, listening, as she always had, to the voices that had brought her this far. The saints still spoke, the mission still called, and Joan, with the same quiet certainty that had carried her from Domremy, would answer. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. Joan's journey had only just begun when the walls of Orleans fell. The victory was not merely a stroke of luck or a fleeting triumph. It was the first step in a series of carefully guided movements, each one orchestrated with the same quiet determination that had led her to the battlefield in the first place. She did not seek glory for herself. Her purpose was always something greater. The voices that had whispered to her in the fields of Domremy had not led her astray. And now, with each passing day, their guidance grew clearer. After Orleans, the path to Reims unfolded before her like a tapestry waiting to be woven. The Dauphin, Charles, was still uncrowned, his claim to the throne weakened by years of war and political strife. But Joan understood that his coronation in the sacred city of Reims would be more than a ceremony. It would be a symbol, a restoration of faith in France itself. And so, with the same steady resolve, she began the march. The countryside, once dotted with English strongholds, now seemed to open before her, as if the land itself recognized her mission. Town after town surrendered peacefully, their gates swinging wide at the mere sight of her banner, stitched with the names of Jesus and Mary. She did not need to raise her sword at every turn. Her presence alone was enough to inspire men who had long forgotten what it meant to believe in victory. The coronation at Rheims was a moment of quiet triumph. The cathedral's stained glass cast shimmering colors over the stone floors as Charles, at last, knelt to receive his crown. Joan stood nearby, her armor glinting softly in the candlelight, her face serene. She had done what she set out to do, what the voices had asked of her. And yet, even in this moment of fulfillment, she knew her work was not finished. The English still held much of France, and the war, though shifting in their favor, was far from over. In the months that followed, Joan continued to ride at the head of the army, her strategies as precise as her faith was unwavering. She did not rely on brute force alone. Instead, she moved with an almost instinctive understanding of the battlefield, directing troops with a calm authority that belied her youth. She was never reckless, never bloodthirsty. Her goal was always liberation, not destruction. When she led the assault at Patay, it was not with the wild fury of a conqueror, but with the steady hand of someone who knew exactly what needed to be done. The English, accustomed to slow, grinding sieges, were unprepared for her swift and decisive movements. The battle was a resounding success, one that further cemented her reputation as more than just a peasant girl. She was a leader, a tactician, a living symbol of hope. But Joan's true strength lay not just in her victories, but in the way she carried herself through them. She never forgot where she had come from. She still prayed each night, still spoke humbly to those around her, still dressed plainly when not in armor. To her soldiers, she was not a distant figure of awe, but someone who shared their hardships, who ate the same simple meals, who slept under the same rough tents. It was this humility, this unwavering connection to her roots, that made her so extraordinary. The men who followed her did not do so out of fear or obligation, but because they believed in her just as she believed in them. Her impact stretched far beyond the battlefield. In a time when France had been fractured by war and doubt, she became a unifying force, a reminder of what could be achieved when faith and courage walked hand in hand. Peasants and nobles alike spoke of her in hushed, reverent tones. Songs were sung in her honor, stories told by firesides long after the battles had ended. She had not just changed the course of a war, she had rekindled a nation's spirit. And yet, for all her triumphs, Joan's story was not one of unbroken victory. There were setbacks, moments when the tide turned against her. The failed siege of Paris, the growing political machinations of those who envied or distrusted her influence, These were the shadows that crept at the edges of her path, but even in difficulty, she did not waver. She trusted, as she always had, that she was being guided. Then came the day at Campigny, when the gates closed too soon, when the enemy surrounded her before she could retreat. Captured at last, she was handed over to the English, who saw in her not just a prisoner, but a threat to be silenced. The trial that followed was long, exhausting, a twisting maze of questions meant to break her, but Joan, even in chains, remained steadfast. She answered with the same quiet clarity that had carried her through every battle. When they pressed her about the voices, about her faith, she did not falter. "I hold to what I have said," she told them, her voice steady. In the end, they could not break her spirit, so they sought to destroy her body. The flames rose high on that day in Rouen, but even then, those who watched spoke of how she remained composed, her eyes fixed on some distant point beyond the smoke. Her life had been short, her time in the world fleeting. His words during Sunday homilies provided both religious instruction and news relevant to the community. The religious education that Joan received, primarily from her mother and reinforced by the parish priest, emphasized devotion to God, reverence for the saints, and moral living according to church teachings. In an age of widespread illiteracy, religious knowledge was transmitted orally and through visual means such as statues, paintings, and stained glass windows that told biblical stories and depicted the lives of saints. Joan, though unable to read or write, absorbed the essentials of her faith through these channels, developing a spiritual understanding that was deeply felt rather than intellectually analyzed. Family stories passed down through generations likely included accounts of ancestors who had shown particular courage or wisdom in times of hardship. Perhaps there were tales of a great-grandfather who had survived a devastating famine, or a grandmother who had saved family members during an outbreak of plague. With her knowledge of healing herbs, such stories served not only to preserve family history, but also to instill values considered essential for survival and honorable living: resilience, resourcefulness, loyalty, and faith in divine providence. Even during the darkest times, the D'Arc family's daily meals reflected both the limitations and the richness of medieval peasant life. Their diet centered around bread made from grains grown in local fields, supplemented by vegetables from garden plots, dairy products from their animals, and occasionally meat, especially during feast days or celebrations. Meals were taken together, beginning and ending with prayer, creating daily opportunities for family bonding and the sharing of experiences. Food preparation techniques had been refined and passed down through generations of women, with Isabel teaching her daughters the proper ways to knead dough, tend the cooking fire, and preserve food for times of scarcity. The clothing worn by Joan and her family was simple and functional, made from wool, linen, or hemp that may have been grown, processed, and woven locally. Garments were valuable possessions, carefully maintained and passed down when possible. The skills needed to spin thread, weave fabric, and sew clothing were essential parts of a girl's education in medieval society. And Joan would have learned these practical arts from her mother and other women in the community. Though utilitarian in nature, such clothing might still incorporate regional styles or decorative elements that expressed cultural identity and artistic tradition. The language spoken in Joan's home was a local dialect of French, likely influenced by the region's proximity to Germanic territories. The way people spoke, their idioms and expressions, carried the flavor of local history and reflected the particular worldview of the community. Certain turns of phrase might have been unique to families or villages, creating linguistic markers of belonging and place. Though Joan would later interact with nobility and military leaders who spoke a more refined version of French, the rhythms and vocabulary of her native speech remained part of her identity, connecting her always to her origins. Music and dance formed another thread in the cultural tapestry of Joan's early life. Folk songs accompanied work in the fields, celebrated weddings and births, mourned deaths, and enlivened festival days. These melodies, passed orally from one generation to the next, carried the emotional history of the community. Traditional dances brought people together in patterns of movement that reinforced social bonds and provided release from the physical demands of daily labor. While Joan would later become known for her seriousness and focus on her divine mission. As a child, she likely joined in these expressions of communal joy and celebration. The sounds of these comings and goings, footsteps, voices calling greetings, the lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, created the gentle soundtrack of Joan's early years. The village church stood at the center of community life, its stone bell tower visible from everywhere in Domremy. The church bells marked the hours and called people to prayer, their resonant tones floating across the fields where Joan would have been working or watching sheep. These bells structured time in a way that connected daily life to the divine, reminding all who heard them that their labors were part of something larger, a cosmic order established by God inside the church. Cool stone walls held the lingering scent of incense from Mass, and colored light filtered through small stained glass windows, creating patterns on the floor that shifted with the sun's movement. Here, Joan would have knelt in prayer, her young heart already unusually devoted to God, her eyes drawn to images of saints painted on the walls or carved in wood. The church was not merely a building, but a threshold between the earthly and the divine, a place where heaven seemed closer, and where Joan's spiritual sensitivity likely found its first expression. Beyond the village lay the fields, where the people of Domremy grew their crops, wheat, barley, and rye, swaying gently in summer breezes, their colors changing from the bright green of early growth to the golden hues of harvest time. These fields demanded constant attention: plowing, sowing, weeding, reaping work that followed the ancient rhythms of the agricultural year and engaged entire families in shared labor. Joan would have joined in this work from an early age, her small hands learning the skills that sustained life in her community. Pastures for grazing animals surrounded the cultivated fields, and it was here that Joan often tended sheep, a common task for children in medieval villages. These quiet hours spent watching over grazing flocks provided space for contemplation, for noticing the subtle changes in light and shadow as clouds moved across the sky, for listening to birdsong and the rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze, and perhaps for the first stirrings of the inner voices that would later guide her extraordinary journey. The Meuse River flowed peacefully near the village, its waters moving in a constant, soothing rhythm that mirrored the flow of life itself. The river provided water for drinking and washing, fish for eating, and a natural boundary that helped define the village's place in the wider world. Children like Joan would have played along its banks in summer, feeling cool mud between their toes, watching water bugs skitter across the surface, and perhaps floating small leaf boats in its current, while imagining distant places downstream. The forests that surrounded Domremy were places of both resource and mystery. Villagers ventured into the woods to gather firewood, to hunt small game, to collect nuts and berries in season, and to find medicinal herbs when illness struck. But the forest was also a place of folklore and caution, where ancient stories placed fairies and spirits among the trees. One such place near Domremy was known as the Fairy Tree, an ancient beach where local children would hang garlands of flowers in spring, continuing customs that predated Christianity, but had been woven into the fabric of village life. The changing seasons brought dramatic transformations to this landscape. Spring arrived with a gentle awakening, new leaves unfurling on trees, wildflowers dotting the meadows with color, and the first tender shoots emerging in the fields. The air filled with the scent of blossoms and the sounds of birds returning from their winter journeys. Summer brought lush growth, longer days for work and play, and the warmth that ripened crops and lifted spirits after the hardships of winter. Autumn painted the world in rich hues of gold, orange, and red as trees prepared for winter's sleep. This was the season of harvest, when the community worked together to gather and store the fruits of their labor. Grain threshed and stored in barns, apples picked and preserved, nuts collected and dried. The scent of ripened fruit and freshly turned earth filled the air, while smoke from cooking fires added its own aromatic note as the evenings grew cooler. Winter brought a different beauty. The stark silhouettes of leafless trees against gray skies, the hushed stillness after snowfall, and the glittering transformation of familiar landscapes under frost. Life moved indoors during these months, with families gathering close around hearth fires, while wind whispered around the corners of their cottages. Work continued, spinning wool, repairing tools, mending clothes, but at a different pace, with more time for storytelling and teaching children the skills they would need as adults. The social environment of Joan's childhood was as formative as the physical landscape. Medieval village life was intensely communal, with few boundaries between public and private spheres. Neighbors knew one another intimately, sharing work, celebrations, sorrows, and resources. Children grew up surrounded not only by their immediate family, but by an extended network of relationships that included godparents, cousins, and village elders, who all played roles in their upbringing. Joan's family, her father Jacques, her mother Isabelle Remay, and her siblings, formed the core of her world. The D'arc household was known to be respectable and devout, with Jacques serving as a village official at times. Family relationships centered around shared labor and mutual support, with each member contributing to survival according to their age and abilities. Children learned by watching and doing alongside adults, gradually taking on more responsibility as they grew. Mealtimes brought families together around the common pot, sharing simple fare, bread, pottage, a thick soup of vegetables, and perhaps a little meat, cheese, and seasonal fruits. Food was basic, but sustaining. Its preparation, a daily ritual that connected people to the land that nourished them. Meals were taken with prayers of thanksgiving, reinforcing the sense that all sustenance came ultimately from God's provision. The rhythm of days in Domremy followed the sun, with families rising at dawn and retiring not long after darkness fell, saving precious candles and lamp oil. But this natural pattern was overlaid with the liturgical calendar of the church, which marked time with feasts and fasts, celebrations and commemorations that connected the small village to the broader Christian world and to sacred history. Sundays and holy days brought the community together for Mass, creating regular opportunities for social gathering as well as worship. After services, villagers might linger in the churchyard, sharing news and strengthening bonds of community. These gatherings were especially important during Joan's childhood, as the ongoing 100 Years' War between France and England created an atmosphere of uncertainty and occasional danger that made community solidarity essential for survival. Though somewhat isolated in their rural setting, the people of Domremy were not entirely cut off from the wider world. Traveling merchants occasionally passed through, bringing goods from distant places and news of events beyond the village. Pilgrims on their way to sacred sites might stop for rest, sharing stories of their journeys and of the places they had seen. These visitors brought glimpses of a larger world into the contained environment of the village, perhaps planting seeds of curiosity in young minds like Joan's. The political reality that would eventually draw Joan from this peaceful setting was already casting shadows over village life during her childhood. These intrusions made the abstract concept of kingdom, concrete and personal, connecting Joan's local experience to the larger drama unfolding across France. The suffering she witnessed, families displaced by conflict, fields destroyed, the fear that came with rumors of approaching troops, likely awakened Joan's compassion and sense of justice. Without formal study of politics or history, she developed an intuitive understanding of what was at stake in the conflict, of how the distant struggles of nobles and kings translated into real hardship for ordinary people. This understanding would later inform her remarkable ability to speak truth to power, to cut through court intrigue with direct, clear purpose. By her early teens, Joan had developed a rich interior life alongside her practical capabilities. Though unable to read theological texts, she had absorbed the essential teachings of her faith through repeated hearing, through observation of rituals, through the living example of devout adults in her community. Her spiritual understanding was not academic, but deeply personal, rooted in direct experience rather than abstract concepts. The voices she began to hear, which she identified as Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret, spoke to a mind already prepared by years of attentive listening, already oriented toward divine purpose. What Joan lacked in formal education, she compensated for with remarkable natural intelligence and perceptiveness. Her thinking was unclouded by the complicated theological arguments that occupied scholars of her time. Instead, she possessed a clarity of vision, a directness of approach that would later astonish the learned men who questioned her. Her responses during her trial reveal a mind capable of subtle distinctions, of maintaining consistent positions under pressure, of recognizing attempts to trap her in contradictions. The development of Joan's courage, perhaps her most remarkable quality, cannot be traced to any single influence. Rather, it seems to have grown naturally from the combination of physical strength gained through farm work, moral certainty nurtured by religious teaching, and the inner confidence that came from successfully mastering challenging tasks. The girl who would eventually lead armies had first learned to face smaller fears: the darkness of the forest, the responsibility of protecting vulnerable animals, the risk of speaking truthfully when silence might have been easier. As Joan approached her 17th year, the education provided by her village childhood was complete. She could not read manuscripts or cite Latin texts, but she could read the sky and the soil, the faces of those around her, the subtle promptings of her extraordinary inner life. She could not write her name, but she knew how to make her words count, how to speak simply and directly about complex matters. She had never studied military strategy, but she understood courage, determination, and the power of unwavering faith. The voices that had begun as whispers grew more insistent, more specific in their instructions. They spoke of missions beyond anything in her experience, of responsibilities that would take her far from the quiet rhythms of Domremy, and Joan, educated not by books, but by life itself, found within herself the wisdom to listen, the discernment to believe, and ultimately the courage to obey. Her journey from unlettered peasant girl to military leader and saint was about to begin, built on the foundation of an education as unconventional as it was profound. An education of the heart, the spirit, and the deeply attentive mind. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. In the quiet village of Domremy, where the gentle hum of daily life moved with the rhythm of the seasons, Joan of Arc was shaped by the people around her in ways both subtle and profound. In the earliest days, there was her family, simple, hardworking, and bound by love. Her father, Joan d'Arc, was a man of stern practicality, a farmer who expected his children to follow the rhythms of the land. He did not understand his daughter's visions, and when she first spoke of them, he warned her, with a father's fearful protectiveness, that he would rather drown her himself than see her leave home on such a dangerous path. Yet beneath his gruffness was a deep care, and when Joan did depart, his worry lingered in the air like the scent of turned earth after rain. Her mother, Isabelle Ramay, was softer, a woman of quiet faith. She had taught Joan her prayers, and though she, too, feared for her daughter, there was a part of her that recognized the divine in Joan's calling. Years later, after the flames had taken Joan, Isabelle would travel tirelessly to clear her daughter's name, a mother's love undimmed by time. Then there were the friends of her childhood, the boys and girls who ran with her through the meadows, who laughed and teased and knew nothing of saints or battles. They saw her as she was bold, kind, unafraid to speak her mind. When she left, some whispered that she had gone mad, others that she had been touched by God. But in their hearts, they remembered the girl who had once herded sheep beside them, who had climbed trees and splashed in the river, and they wondered how such an ordinary life could have led to so extraordinary a fate. When Joan stepped onto the path of her mission, she met those who would become her closest allies. There was Jean de Metz, the knight who first believed in her when she arrived in Vaucouleurs, seeking an escort to the Dauphin. He had every reason to dismiss this peasant girl in her rough red dress, but something in her certainty, the fire in her eyes, made him pause. He would later say that he saw in her a purity of purpose, a light that could not be ignored. He and his companion, Bertrand de Pouligny, became her first protectors, riding with her through dangerous lands, shielding her from doubters and enemies alike. They did not yet know how history would remember her, but they sensed that they were part of something greater than themselves. And then, of course, there was the Dauphin, Charles VII, the man she would help crown as king. Their first meeting was shrouded in mystery and legend. Some say she recognized him instantly, though he had hidden among his courtiers to test her. Others say he was moved by her unshakable faith in his right to rule, a faith he himself had often lacked. Their bond was not one of deep friendship, but of mutual need and respect. He gave her armor and army, a chance to prove herself. She gave him hope, and in the end, a kingdom. Yet when she was captured, his support wavered, his political calculations outweighing his debt to her. It is one of the quiet tragedies of her story that the king she had lifted from uncertainty did not lift a finger to save her. Among the soldiers who fought beside her, Joan inspired fierce loyalty. Men who had known only the brutality of war found themselves stirred by her courage, her refusal to let them swear or pillage, her insistence that they confess their sins before battle. She treated them not as tools of war, but as souls in need of guidance. One of her closest companions was Jean D'arc, her squire, who stayed with her until the very end. He had seen her exhaustion, her moments of doubt, her tender care for the wounded. When she was captured at Campigny, he was not there, a fact that would haunt him. Later, imprisoned himself, he would speak of her with reverence, remembering how she had once gently chided him for sleeping too near a cannon's line of fire, her concern for others outweighing her own peril. But perhaps the most complex of her relationships was with the churchmen who both supported and betrayed her. But the light she carried did not fade with her death. In the years that followed, France would remember. The war would turn, the English would retreat, and the girl from Domremy would be honored not just as a warrior, but as a saint. Her legacy was not in the battles she won, but in the belief she restored the simple, unshakable truth that even in the darkest night, a single flame could still shine bright enough to guide the way. And so, as the years turned to centuries, her name was whispered in prayers, her story told to children at bedtime. Joan of Arc, the maid who heard voices, who wore armor, who changed the fate of a nation. And though the world moved on, though wars came and went, the quiet strength of her example remained a gentle, enduring reminder that courage does not always roar. Sometimes it speaks in a whisper, steady and sure, leading the way forward, one faithful step at a time. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. There are moments in every life when the path splits, when a single choice can alter everything that comes after. For Joan of Arc, these turning points arrived quietly, like whispers on the wind, and yet each one carried the weight of kingdoms. The first came when she was just 13, standing in her father's garden, the scent of earth and growing things around her. That was when the voices began soft, insistent, calling her name. Saints Michael, Catherine, and Margaret spoke to her, not with thunder, but with quiet certainty. They told her she had a purpose, a divine mission to save France. Imagine, if you will, how different the world might be if she had ignored them, if she had dismissed those voices as mere daydreams. But Joan listened. She believed. And in that belief, the first ember of her destiny was lit. Time passed, and the voices grew more urgent. The war between France and England stretched on, the countryside suffering, the rightful king uncrowned. Joan, now 16, knew she could wait no longer. She left her village, Domremy, a place of rolling fields and quiet rivers, and journeyed to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs. There she sought an audience with Robert de Baudricourt, the local garrison commander. At first, he laughed at her. A peasant girl in homespun cloth, claiming she could lead armies. It seemed absurd, but Joan did not waver. She returned again and again, until at last, worn down by her persistence, or perhaps moved by something he could not name, Baudricourt granted her a small escort to Chinon, where the Dauphin, Charles, waited, consider what might have happened had she turned back after that first rejection. Had she returned to Domremy, resigned to a life of spinning wool and tending sheep, France might have remained fractured, its spirit unlit by her flame. But Joan pressed forward, step by step, until she stood before the future king. Even then, the path was uncertain. Charles, wary and surrounded by doubters, tested her. He disguised himself among his courtiers. But Joan, though she had never seen him before, walked straight to him and knelt. It was a moment of quiet power, a sign that her mission was true. Had she faltered then, had she hesitated even for a breath, the doubt in the room might have swallowed her whole. But she did not. And so, with Charles's reluctant blessing, she was given armor, a banner, and a place among the soldiers. The next turning point came at Orleans, a city under siege, its people starving, its walls battered by English forces. Joan arrived not as a seasoned general, but as a girl who had never seen battle. Her only weapons her faith and her certainty. The seasoned captains scoffed, but she insisted they must attack. And so they did. The fighting was fierce, the air thick with smoke and the cries of men. But Joan moved through it all like a steady light in the storm. She was wounded, an arrow piercing her shoulder. Yet she returned to the fray, her banner held high. The city was freed, and with it, hope was rekindled across France. Imagine if she had stayed back, if fear had kept her from the front lines. Would the troops have fought as fiercely? Would the victory have come at all? From Orleans, the path led to Reims, where kings were crowned. The English still held much of France. The roads were dangerous, and many urged caution, but Joan knew that Charles must be crowned, not in some quiet ceremony, but in the sacred space where tradition demanded. And so they marched through hostile lands, past armies that could have destroyed them, yet they arrived unharmed, and Charles VII was anointed king, the oil of legitimacy placed upon his brow. It was Joan's greatest triumph, the moment her mission was fulfilled. Had she hesitated, had she allowed the voices of doubt to sway her, the coronation might never have happened. France might have remained a land without a true king, its people without a symbol to rally behind. But then, as so often happens when light shines brightest, the shadows gathered. Joan's voices had told her to free Orleans, to see Charles crowned. But what next? The king, now secure in his throne, grew cautious. The courtiers whispered the war was not yet won, but the urgency had faded. Joan, still listening to her saints, urged action. She led an attack on Paris, but this time the gates did not fall. This time the king did not send reinforcements. This time she was wounded again, and the army withdrew. Had Charles continued to believe in her, had he given her the support she needed, perhaps Paris would have been taken. Perhaps the war would have ended sooner, but the moment had passed, and the tide began to turn. The final crossroads came outside Compiègne. Joan, now without the king's full backing, led a small force against the Burgundians, allies of the English. The fighting was fierce, and as her men retreated, she stayed too long, ensuring their escape. The gates of the city closed before she could reach them. She was pulled from her horse, captured, and handed over to the English. Had she fled with the others, had she chosen self-preservation over loyalty, she might have lived to fight another day. But Joan did not run. And so began her long imprisonment, the slow unraveling of her freedom, and the final cruel twist of her fate. Even then, in the damp cells of Rouen, she faced choices. Her captors tried to break her, to make her deny her voices, to confess that she had been false. For a moment, terrified of the fire, she signed a paper renouncing her mission, but the next day she took it back. She would not lie, not even to save herself. And so the flames awaited her. On that morning in May, as the smoke curled upward, she did not scream. She did not beg. She held fast to the truth she had carried all along. Had she chosen differently at any of these moments, had she ignored the voices, stayed in Domremy, faltered before the king, fled from battle, her story would have been lost to time. But because she stepped forward again and again, her light still shines, a quiet beacon in the dark. And as you drift toward sleep, imagine her not as a figure of war, but as a girl who listened, who believed, and who, in the end, reminded the world that even the smallest flame can defy the night. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. Joan of Arc's life was shaped by the people who walked beside her, those who lifted her up, those who doubted her, and those who, in the end, could not save her. Her relationships were like threads in a tapestry, some bright and strong, others frayed by time and circumstance, but each one left its mark on her heart. Let us wander gently through these connections, like stepping through the quiet fields of Domremy, where her story began. They played simple games, told stories of saints and knights, and sometimes, when the air was thick with the scent of damp earth after rain, they would sneak outside to watch the stars. Joan loved the stars. They were constant, unchanging, unlike the world around her, which seemed to shift with every passing year. She would trace the constellations with her finger, whispering their names like a secret. And in those moments, she felt small and infinite all at once. There were friendships, two simple, uncomplicated bonds woven from shared chores and laughter. Joviette, the girl next door, who knew all the village gossip and could make Joan laugh until her sides ached. Mengette, quiet and thoughtful, who would sit with her in the churchyard, neither of them speaking, both content in the silence. And then there was Durand, the boy with sun-browned arms and a crooked smile, who once brought her a wildflower he'd picked from the meadow. Pressing it into her palm with a shy grin, she kept it until it crumbled, tucked between the pages of her prayer book. But even in those ordinary days, there was something different about Joan. She was devout in a way that went beyond the usual piety of village life. While others hurried through their prayers, she lingered, her fingers tracing the rough wood of the church pews, her gaze fixed on the flickering candles, as if they held answers. She loved the sound of the bells, their deep, resonant tones rolling over the fields like a call to something greater. And when she walked through the woods, she did so with a reverence, as if the trees themselves were whispering to her. Her visions began gently, like the first brush of dawn against the horizon. Saint Michael came first, his voice clear as a bell, his presence so real she could almost feel the weight of his armor beside her. Then Saint Catherine and Saint Margaret, their voices soft yet unyielding, guiding her toward a destiny she could not yet see. At first, she told no one, not even her mother. The voices were hers alone, a secret tucked close to her heart like the petals of that long-faded flower. But as they grew stronger, as their messages became impossible to ignore, she began to understand that her life would not be the one she had imagined. A quiet existence of marriage, motherhood, and the endless cycle of sowing and reaping. Even so, she clung to the small, sacred rituals of her daily life. She still rose with the sun, still knelt in the damp grass to pray, still took comfort in the familiar rhythms of the village. She loved the feel of fresh linen between her fingers as she helped her mother mend clothes, the taste of warm bread slathered with butter from their own cows, the way the light slanted through the trees in the late afternoon, turning the world golden. These were the things that grounded her, even as the voices pulled her toward something vast and unknown. And then, one day, the ordinary slipped away. The voices grew urgent, the path before her clear. She left Domremy with nothing but her faith and the clothes on her back, her parents' tears still wet on her cheeks. But she carried those quiet years with her, tucked deep inside like a talisman. In the chaos of war, in the cold of her prison cell, she would close her eyes and remember the smell of the hearth, the sound of her father's voice singing off-key, the way her mother's hands felt smoothing her hair. These were the things that sustained her, the proof that love, no matter how brief, was real. So as you drift toward sleep, think of Joan not as the warrior or the martyr, but as the girl who once sat beneath the stars, who laughed with her friends, who pressed a wildflower into a book, and kept it close. Think of her as someone who loved and was loved in return. And in that thought, may you find rest as soft and steady as the turning of the seasons she once knew. Instead, she pulled it out herself and returned to the fight, her courage rallying the soldiers. The city was freed, a victory that seemed impossible until she made it real. But triumph was often followed by fresh trials. The king she had helped crown grew distant, his advisors whispering against her. The church, too, began to question her visions, demanding proof of their divine origin. Joan, ever obedient to what she believed was God's will, submitted to their examinations. She answered their questions patiently, never wavering in her belief, yet never claiming more than what she had been given. Still, the doubts lingered, the political winds shifting against her. Then came the fall. Captured by Burgundian forces, she was sold to the English, her enemies determined to break her. They imprisoned her, isolated her, subjected her to months of questioning, all in an effort to make her deny the voices that had guided her. They accused her of heresy, of witchcraft, of pride. The trial was long, the questions relentless. At times, she faltered, signing a document of confession under pressure, only to tear it apart days later when she realized she had betrayed her own truth. Even in her cell, in the cold and the dark, she did not abandon hope. She prayed as she always had, finding solace in the presence she had known since childhood. And when the flames rose around her, she did not scream in anger or beg for mercy. She called out to God, her voice steady, her heart at peace. Joan's life was a tapestry of struggle, each thread woven with hardship. But through it all, she never lost sight of what mattered: her faith, her purpose, her belief that love and justice would prevail. She met every obstacle not with rage, but with quiet determination, a lesson for all who face their own trials. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let her resilience comfort you, just as she walked through fire and came out unbroken. So too can you move through your own challenges, one step at a time. Let her story remind you that even in the darkest moments, there is a light that cannot be extinguished. Breathe deeply and rest, knowing that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to keep going despite it. Sleep now, wrapped in the quiet strength of Joan's spirit, and may your dreams be as peaceful as her final breath, rising like smoke into the heavens. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beyond the battles and visions, beyond the armor and the banners, Joan of Arc was also just a young woman, someone who laughed, who had favorite foods, who felt the sting of a harsh word or the warmth of a kind one. Though history remembers her as the Maid of Orleans, the warrior saint, she was also a girl who knew the simple pleasures of home, of the countryside where she grew up, of the familiar rhythms of village life. She loved the sound of church bells, not just for their sacred meaning, but for the way they carried across the fields, a gentle reminder that she was never truly alone. Some say she had a soft spot for honey, especially when drizzled over fresh bread, a rare treat in her childhood. She would savor it slowly, letting the sweetness linger, a small comfort in a world often filled with hardship. Though she was illiterate, Joan had a remarkable memory. She could recall entire sermons after hearing them just once, repeating the words with such precision that even priests were astonished. This wasn't just a gift for scripture. She remembered the names of every soldier who fought beside her, the faces of villagers who had shown her kindness, the exact way the wind sounded rustling through the trees near her home in Domremy. She was also surprisingly good with animals. Horses, often skittish around strangers, seemed to calm in her presence. The 100 Years' War had been ongoing for generations by the time of her birth. And though major battles might occur far away, the effects rippled outward to touch even small villages like Domremy. Bands of soldiers or mercenaries sometimes moved through the countryside, taking food and livestock, threatening villagers, and creating an undercurrent of anxiety that even children would have sensed. Domremy itself was loyal to the Dauphin Charles, the uncrowned heir to the French throne. But neighboring villages sometimes held different allegiances, creating tensions that affected relationships between communities. These divisions would have been part of the conversations Joan overheard as she grew, forming her understanding of the troubles facing her beloved France, and perhaps preparing her heart for the unusual calling that awaited her in this environment: physical, social, political, and spiritual. Young Joan developed the character that would eventually astonish the world. The natural world taught her observation and patience. Agricultural work built physical strength and endurance. Village life instilled cooperation and community values. Family nurtured faith and loyalty. Church teachings formed her understanding of divine purpose and human responsibility. The simplicity of her surroundings allowed space for the interior life to flourish, for listening to the subtle voices of conscience and calling that might be drowned out in noisier, more crowded environments. The beauty of the natural world, sunlight on water, wind moving through fields of grain, stars appearing one by one in the evening sky, spoke of divine order and purpose in ways that formal theology could not. As darkness fell over Domremy each evening, lamps and candles would be extinguished to conserve precious fuel, and families would settle onto their straw mattresses for sleep. Perhaps Joan would lie awake for a time, listening to the soft breathing of her siblings, the occasional call of a night bird, the settling sounds of their cottage as it cooled. Perhaps she would watch moonlight creating patterns on the wall, or count the stars visible through a small window. And perhaps, in these quiet moments between wakefulness and dreams, she first began to hear the voices that would one day lead her from this peaceful village to the tumultuous center of French history. As you relax deeper, Let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The simplicity of her surroundings allowed space for the interior life to flourish, for listening to the subtle voices of conscience and calling that might be drowned out in noisier, more crowded environments. The beauty of the natural world, sunlight on water, wind moving through fields of grain, stars appearing one by one in the evening sky, spoke of divine order and purpose in ways that formal theology could not. As darkness fell over Domremy each evening, lamps and candles would be extinguished to conserve precious fuel, and families would settle onto their straw mattresses for sleep. Perhaps Joan would lie awake for a time, listening to the soft breathing of her siblings, the occasional call of a night bird, the settling sounds of their cottage as it cooled. Perhaps she would watch moonlight creating patterns on the wall, or count the stars visible through a small window. And perhaps, in these quiet moments between wakefulness and dreams, she first began to hear the voices that would one day lead her from this peaceful village to the tumultuous center of French history. In terms of formal education, young Joan's learning path was much like that of other peasant children of her time. The gentle rhythm of medieval rural life did not include schoolhouses or tutors for farming families. The soft light of knowledge came to her through different channels, flowing like the morning mist across the meadows she knew so well. The villagers who had once seen her as just another girl began to notice something different in her, an intensity, a certainty that went beyond youthful confidence. Some drew closer, sensing the hand of destiny upon her. Others stepped back, uneasy with the weight of her calling. Even her parents, who had raised her with such care, struggled at times to reconcile the daughter they knew with the woman she was becoming. Yet, they did not stand in her way when the time came for her to leave, to set out on the impossible mission the voices had set before her. They blessed her with tears, but without resistance. Their love had always been one of preparation, not possession, and so, when Joan finally rode away from Domremy toward the uncertain future that awaited her, she carried with her more than just the memory of her village. She carried the quiet strength of her father, the unwavering faith of her mother, the careful wisdom of the priest, the resilience of the old widow, the sobering truths of the blacksmith, and the deep, abiding peace of the forest. These were the voices that had shaped her long before the saints spoke. These were the mentors who had taught her, not through grand lectures, but through the steady, patient unfolding of everyday life. In the end, it was not just her courage that would astonish the world, but the way that courage had been formed, not in palaces or universities, but in the soft, ordinary moments of a village childhood, where the greatest lessons were often whispered on the wind, spoken over shared bread, or learned in the simple act of listening. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. The road from Domremy was long and winding, carrying Joan through fields and forests, past towns where the war had left its mark, burned roofs, empty markets, faces shadowed by hunger and fear. Yet she moved forward with quiet certainty, as though the path ahead had already been traced for her. Her first destination was Vaucouleurs, a small but fortified town where she hoped to find an audience with the local garrison commander, Robert de Baudricourt. He was a practical man, hardened by years of battle, and unlikely to be swayed by the claims of a young peasant girl. But Joan did not waver. She had been told to go, and so she went. When she arrived, the soldiers at the gate barely spared her a glance. She was just another face among the displaced, another voice lost in the clamor of war. But something in her bearing, her stillness, her unshaken gaze, made them hesitate. They allowed her to enter, perhaps out of curiosity more than kindness. It took days before she could even speak to Baudricourt, and when she finally stood before him, his skepticism was plain. He scoffed at her insistence that she had been sent by God to aid the Dauphin, the uncrowned king of France. "Send her home to her mother," he muttered to his men. Yet Joan did not leave. She lingered in the town, speaking with those who would listen, tradesmen, soldiers' wives, priests, her voice low but firm. Slowly, word of her began to spread. Some dismissed her as mad. Others whispered that there was something uncanny in her conviction. Then came the winter of 1429, when the English siege tightened around Orleans, and hope in France was dwindling. It was then that Baudricourt, perhaps sensing that desperate times called for desperate measures, finally agreed to send her to the Dauphin. He gave her an escort of a few trusted men, a simple tunic to wear in place of her dress, and a sword, not because he fully believed, but because he could no longer ignore the persistent murmurs of divine intervention. The journey to Chinon, where the Dauphin held court, was treacherous. The land was crawling with enemy patrols, and Joan's small band had to move carefully, often under the cover of night, but she remained undisturbed, as if shielded by an unseen hand. When they arrived, the courtiers were skeptical. Soldiers noted how effortlessly she commanded her mount, not with force, but with a quiet assurance that the animal understood. Some whispered that even birds would pause near her, as if sensing something gentle in her spirit. There was a playful side to her, too. In the rare moments between battles, when the weight of her mission lifted just a little, she would sometimes sing old folk songs, hymns, even the occasional playful tune she had learned as a child. Her voice wasn't polished, but it carried warmth, and those who heard it said it felt like a brief return to simpler times. She had a sharp wit, though it was often overlooked. Her quick tongue could disarm even the most arrogant of men, though she never used it cruelly. She simply refused to let others define her. And then there were the small, private rituals she kept. Before every battle, she would kneel, not just in prayer, but to press her palm against the earth, grounding herself in something solid, something real. She believed the land itself held strength, and she drew from it, steadying her nerves before the chaos of war. She disliked the taste of wine, preferring water or milk when she could get it. The bitterness of alcohol unsettled her, and she wanted always to be clear-minded, present in each moment. This was a small rebellion in a time when wine was a staple. But Joan never did anything simply because it was expected. She had a habit of mending her own clothes when they tore, refusing to let others do it for her. There was something meditative in the act of threading a needle, pulling the fabric together stitch by stitch. Perhaps it reminded her of her mother, who had taught her the skill. Or perhaps it was just one of the few things that still felt ordinary in her extraordinary life. Her hands, though calloused from wielding a sword, were surprisingly deft. She could weave simple braids into her hair without a mirror, a skill learned from years of tending to her own appearance before she ever donned armor. Even in war, she kept herself neat, not out of vanity, but out of respect for herself, for her mission, for the God she believed had called her. She was afraid of the dark, though she rarely admitted it. The flicker of a candle at night was a comfort, a small defiance against the shadows. It's a quiet irony that someone who faced down armies with such courage could still feel that childhood unease when the sun dipped below the horizon. She wept, too, though never where others could see. The weight of her mission, the lives lost, the doubt that crept in during the loneliest hours, it all found release in private moments. Tears shed silently before she wiped them away and stood tall once more. And in the end, when the flames rose around her, witnesses swore they saw not fear in her eyes, but a strange, quiet peace. As if, for all the pain, for all the struggle, she had never lost sight of the simple truth that had guided her from the beginning, that love was stronger than fire, that faith could not be burned away. So as you close your eyes tonight, think not just of the warrior, the martyr, the saint, but of the girl who loved honey, who sang off-key, who mended her own clothes and feared the dark. Think of her humanity, her contradictions, her quiet joys. And may her story, in all its layers, lull you gently into rest. Sleep now, wrapped in the warmth of her memory, and may your dreams be as soft as the candlelight that once kept her company in the night. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine, if you will, the world as it was in the early 15th century, a time when the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and damp earth through the villages of France, where Joan of Arc first drew breath. The land was weary, worn down by decades of war, what we now call the 100 Years' War, a conflict that stretched like a shadow across generations, pitting the kingdoms of France and England against one another in a struggle for power, for crowns, for the very soil beneath their feet. It was a time when kings ruled by divine right, when faith was as tangible as the stone of the cathedrals rising toward heaven, and when the voices of saints could feel as real as the whisper of leaves in an evening breeze. France, in those days, was not the unified nation we know today. It was a patchwork of duchies and fiefdoms, each with its own loyalties, its own lords who swore fealty, sometimes loosely, to a distant throne. The English, led by Henry V, had claimed vast swaths of French territory, and the French king, Charles VI, was plagued by bouts of madness, leaving the court fractured and weak into this world of shifting alliances and uncertainty. Joan was born in the quiet village of Domremy, nestled among the rolling green hills of Lorraine. Hers was a world of simple rhythms, the turning of the seasons, the tolling of church bells, the shared labor of planting and harvest. Yet even there, the war was never far away. The people spoke in hushed tones of battles lost, of villages burned, of a crown that seemed always just out of reach. The church in Joan's time was the heartbeat of daily life. Its teachings shaped every thought, every dream, every fear. The villagers gathered in the dim light of stained glass to pray for protection, for deliverance from the turmoil that surrounded them. And it was here, in this world of deep faith, that Joan first heard the voices she believed were sent by God. Some might dismiss them now as the imaginings of a fervent mind, but to her, they were as real as the earth beneath her feet. Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, calling her to a destiny far beyond the fields of her childhood, beyond France. The world was shifting in ways few could yet comprehend. The great Byzantine Empire, that ancient bastion of Christendom, was crumbling under the advance of the Ottoman Turks, its great walls straining under the weight of siege. In Italy, the first whispers of the Renaissance were stirring, though the full flowering of art and learning was still decades away. The printing press had not yet been invented. Books were rare treasures, painstakingly copied by hand in the quiet of monastic scriptoria. Knowledge moved slowly, carried by travelers, by merchants, by the occasional wandering scholar. Yet even in these tumultuous times, there were moments of quiet beauty. The medieval world was one of candlelight and song, of illuminated manuscripts where gold leaf caught the light like captured sunlight. The nights were darker then, undisturbed by the glow of electric lamps, and the stars shone with a clarity we can scarcely imagine today. In the countryside, the rhythm of life followed the sun, rising with the dawn, resting as the last light faded from the sky. The air was filled with the scent of herbs hung to dry, of bread baking in communal ovens, of the faint tang of iron from the blacksmith's forge. Into this world, Joan stepped forward, a girl of 17, dressed in men's clothing, her hair cropped short, her heart burning with a conviction that defied all reason. She traveled to the court of the Dauphin, the future Charles VII, and with a quiet certainty that unnerved the seasoned knights and nobles, she declared that she had been sent by God to lead France to victory. It was an impossible claim, one that that should have been met with laughter or scorn. And yet, there was something about her, something in the clarity of her voice, the steadiness of her gaze, that made even the most hardened warriors pause. Perhaps it was the desperation of the times, the longing for a miracle. Or perhaps, as some whispered, it was something more, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet village of Domremy, Joan's days unfolded with the steady rhythm of the seasons. She rose with the first light of dawn, her bare feet touching the cool earthen floor of her family's small home. The air was crisp, scented with wood smoke and the faint sweetness of dew-dampened grass. She would kneel beside her bed for a moment, whispering her morning prayers, the words as familiar as her own breath. Then, wrapping a simple shawl around her shoulders, she stepped outside to greet the day. The mornings were often spent in the company of her mother, Isabel, learning the quiet arts of domestic life. They would mend clothes together, Joan's fingers nimble as they threaded needles and stitched seams. The linen felt soft beneath her touch, the rhythmic pull of the needle through fabric almost meditative. Sometimes they baked bread, kneading the dough until it was smooth and elastic, the warmth of the hearth radiating against their skin as they waited for the loaves to rise. Joan loved the smell of fresh bread, golden and crusty, slathered with butter churned from their own cow's milk. Afternoons were for outdoor work. She helped her father, Jacques, tend to the animals, feeding the chickens, milking the cows, brushing the horses' coats until they gleamed. The animals knew her, trusted her. She would hum as she worked, a simple tune her father had taught her, the sound blending with the rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river. Sometimes she would pause to press her palm against the rough bark of the great oak tree near their home, the one the villagers called the fairy tree, and listen to the wind whispering through its branches. When the sun began its slow descent, turning the sky shades of amber and rose, Joan often wandered to the edge of the village, where the fields met the forest. She would sit on a mossy stone, her knees drawn to her chest, watching the light dance through the trees. The air was alive with the chirping of crickets and the occasional call of a nightingale. She liked to imagine the voices she heard: Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, speaking to her in the rustling leaves, in the quiet hush of twilight. Evenings were spent gathered around the hearth, the fire casting flickering shadows on the walls. Her father might tell stories, his voice deep and warm, or her mother would sing lullabies in a voice soft as candlelight. Sometimes Joan would spin wool, the spindle turning steadily between her fingers, the wool slipping into thread as if by magic. The fire crackled, the embers glowing like tiny stars, and the warmth seeped into her bones, making her eyelids heavy. When at last she climbed into bed, the straw mattress rustling beneath her, she would curl beneath the woolen blankets and listen to the night sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional bleat of a sheep, the wind sighing against the thatched roof. She slept deeply, her dreams filled with visions of distant lands and heavenly voices, yet always, always anchored by the love and safety of home. Then came the day everything changed. The voices grew louder, more insistent, until she could no longer ignore them. She left Domremy with nothing but her faith, her heart both heavy and light. The world beyond her village was vast and unfamiliar, but she carried the rhythms of home within her. Even in the chaos of war, she kept her rituals, rising early to pray, finding moments of quiet amid the clamor of armor and shouting men. In the camps, her days were structured by necessity. She woke before the soldiers, kneeling in the damp grass to commune with her saints. Breakfast was simple hardtack and ale, sometimes a bit of cheese if supplies allowed. Then came the planning, the meetings with generals and knights, the weight of strategy settling on her young shoulders. Could the divine speak through the humblest of vessels? These questions unsettled the powerful, but they also stirred something in the hearts of ordinary people. By the 19th century, as nationalism swept across Europe, Joan became a beloved figure in France, a unifying emblem of courage and sacrifice. Writers like Mark Twain and George Bernard Shaw penned works about her, each grappling with her contradictions, her youth and her wisdom, her simplicity and her extraordinary vision. Shaw's Saint Joan, in particular, captured her as both human and transcendent, a figure who defied easy categorization. The Church, too, could no longer ignore her. In 1909, she was beatified, and in 1920, she was canonized as a saint, a remarkable turn for a girl once condemned as a heretic. But sainthood was only one layer of her legacy. Joan had become something larger than religion, larger than history. She was a mirror held up to society, reflecting its fears, its prejudices, and its capacity for change. In the 20th century, as women fought for suffrage and equality, Joan's story took on new resonance. Here was a girl who had led armies, who had spoken boldly in rooms filled with men who did not want to hear her. She became a symbol for feminists, a reminder that women had always been capable of greatness, even when the world refused to see it. Filmmakers, playwrights, and musicians continued to revisit her life, each interpretation adding another brushstroke to her portrait. Carl Dreyer's The Passion of Joan of Arc captured her trial with haunting intimacy, focusing not on battles, but on her face, her fear, her resolve, her unshakable faith. The simplicity of the film made her humanity undeniable. She was not a distant legend, but a real girl, flesh and blood, facing the unimaginable. Even now, in an age of skepticism, Joan endures. She is invoked in politics, in literature, in discussions about faith and doubt. Scholars still debate the nature of her visions. Were they divine, or the product of a mind shaped by the turmoil of her time? But perhaps the answer matters less than the question itself, the way it keeps her alive in our thoughts. A flickering candle in the dark, her cultural footprint is vast, but gentle, like the shadow of a great tree stretching across centuries. She appears in comic books and video games, in operas and pop songs. Each retelling is different, yet each carries a thread of that same unyielding spirit. Some see her as a warrior, others as a mystic, still others as a victim of politics. But in all these versions, one truth remains: she could not be silenced. And so, as you let your thoughts drift, imagine the quiet, persistent way her influence has seeped into the world. Picture the young girl who once tended sheep in Domremy, unaware of the ripples her life would create. Think of the artists who have tried to capture her essence, the writers who have grappled with her mystery, the ordinary people who have found strength in her story. Her legacy is not just in grand monuments or sweeping declarations, but in the small moments: the student reading about her for the first time, the soldier drawing courage from her name, the dreamer who hears a whisper of her defiance in their own heart. She is a reminder that history is not just made by kings and conquerors, but by those who dare to listen to voices others cannot hear, who step forward when the world tells them to step back. And as sleep draws nearer, let that thought settle softly in your mind: the idea that one life, no matter how brief, can echo across time, touching countless others in ways seen and unseen. Joan's flame was not extinguished in the fire at Rouen. It was carried forward, passed from hand to hand, a quiet, enduring light. May that light bring you peace tonight, as gentle as a candle in a darkened room, as steady as the faith that guided a peasant girl to change the world. Her accusers tried to trap her with clever questions, but Joan's answers were often disarmingly simple. The stunned silence that followed speaks volumes. Even in chains, even exhausted and alone, she had a way of disarming those who sought to break her. And then there were the quieter, more human moments, the ones that remind us she was still just a young girl, far from home. In prison, she asked for a dress, longing for the comfort of the clothes she had worn as a daughter of Domremy. She missed her family, especially her mother, and once confessed that she sometimes wept when she thought of them. On the morning of her execution, as the fire was being prepared, she begged a nearby priest to hold a crucifix high where she could see it until the very end. She sought solace in the same faith that had carried her through her extraordinary life. But perhaps the most touching detail of all is this: years after her death, when her name was cleared and her family granted a small pension, her elderly mother traveled to Paris to witness the declaration. Isabelle Remey, who had once taught her daughter to sew and pray, stood in a crowded square as the church proclaimed Joan innocent. One can imagine her tears, not of vindication, but of love for the child she had lost. Joan's life was like a candle flame, bright, brief, and impossible to ignore. But it is in the small, quiet moments that we see her most clearly. The girl who listened, the warrior who comforted, the prisoner who never lost hope. And as sleep draws near, may her story remind you that even the briefest life can leave an echo in the world, soft, persistent, and full of light. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. The years following Joan of Arc's death were quiet at first, like the slow settling of dust after a storm. The world moved on. Battles were fought. Kings rose and fell. But her name lingered in the whispers of those who remembered her. Peasants who had seen her ride past in armor. Soldiers who had fought beside her. Villagers who had heard of the girl who spoke to saints. Her story was not forgotten, only waiting, like a seed beneath the snow, for the right moment to bloom again. It was Joan's mother, Isabelle Ramay, who carried the first embers of her daughter's legacy, a woman of quiet strength. She spent years petitioning the church to reopen her daughter's case, to clear her name of the charges that had condemned her. It was an almost impossible task for a simple peasant woman, but love moves in ways beyond reason, and so, decades after the flames had taken Joan, a new trial was held not to judge her, but to judge those who had judged her. Witnesses were called, testimonies given, and slowly, the truth unfurled like a banner in the wind. The verdict came at last. Joan had been innocent. The voices she heard, the mission she followed, they were not heresy, but divine. One can picture Isabelle standing in the Parisian square that day, her hands clasped tight, her eyes fixed on the officials as they read the declaration. She was an old woman by then, her hair silvered, her steps slow, but her heart still held the memory of her daughter as clearly as if she were standing beside her. There were no grand celebrations, no triumphant fanfares, just the quiet, aching relief of a mother who had fought for the truth until the very end. In the centuries that followed, Joan's story grew beyond the borders of France, beyond the medieval world she had known. Artists painted her in armor, poets wove her into verse, playwrights brought her to life upon the stage. She became a symbol of courage, of faith, of the unshakable belief that one voice could change the course of history. But she was never just a symbol. She remained, always, the girl from Domremy who heard the wind in the trees and thought it sounded like angels calling her name. Even now, in the quiet hours of the night, if you listen closely, you might hear echoes of her presence. In the rustling of leaves, in the distant tolling of a church bell, in the stories still told of the maiden who carried a banner into battle. Her legacy is not just in the grand sweep of history, but in the small, tender moments. The way a child might hear her name and feel braver for it. The way a lost soul might find comfort in her unyielding hope. And so, as sleep draws near, let her story settle over you like a soft blanket. Imagine her not as the warrior of legend, but as the girl who once sat by the hearth, mending clothes with her mother, listening to the fire crackle and the night wind sigh, a life so brief, yet so full a light that burned bright and left behind not darkness, but a glow that lingers still. Rest now, and may her memory be a gentle companion in the quiet hours, a reminder that even the smallest flame can light the way for centuries to come. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. There is something quietly miraculous about how the story of a young peasant girl from Domremy has woven itself into the fabric of centuries. Joan of Arc's life lasted only 19 years, yet her presence lingers, soft but unshakable, like the scent of rain on old stones. She was a girl who heard voices, who carried a sword she barely knew how to use, who stood before kings and generals with a conviction that seemed to come from somewhere beyond this world. And then, as quickly as she appeared, she was gone, burned away in a swirl of smoke and politics. Yet here we are, all these years later, still speaking her name in hushed tones, still drawing strength from her courage. Her legacy is like a river, sometimes rushing, sometimes slow, but always moving, always finding new channels to flow through. In the years after her death, she was first remembered as a heretic, then as a martyr, then as a saint. The church that once condemned her later knelt before her memory, canonizing her in 1920. But long before the Vatican gave its blessing, ordinary people had already claimed her as their own. Peasants lit candles in her name. Soldiers whispered prayers to her before battle. Mothers told their daughters about the girl who refused to be silent. And then there were the artists, the writers, the dreamers who found in her story something they could not ignore. Shakespeare, though he wrote of her as a witch in Henry VI, could not erase her from history. Mark Twain, decades later, would spend years researching her life, calling his biography of her his best work. Painters like Ingers and Bastian Lepage captured her in moments of transcendence, kneeling in prayer, lifting her banner, gazing toward some unseen light. Composers like Verdi and Tchaikovsky wove her into operas and symphonies, their music rising and falling like the breath of someone lost in a vision. But perhaps the most enduring part of her legacy is how she became a symbol, not just of faith, but of defiance, of the idea that one voice, however small, can shake the foundations of power. In the darkest hours of World War II, the French resistance invoked her name as a rallying cry. Charles de Gaulle, leading the Free French forces, deliberately echoed her story, framing France's struggle as a continuation of her mission. Even now, politicians and activists invoke her when they speak of justice, of standing firm in the face of oppression. Yet, for all the grand narratives built around her, it is in the quiet, personal moments that her presence feels most real. Think of the young girl who reads about Joan for the first time and feels something stir inside her, a flicker of recognition, a sense that she too might be capable of extraordinary things. She was something far more interesting, a human being, flawed and extraordinary all at once. that humanity, she becomes not less, but more. So rest now, and let the myths fade into the background. Imagine instead the sound of her voice, not as legend remembers it, but as it might have been young, urgent, sometimes unsure, but always brave. The past is not so far away as it seems. Somewhere in the quiet, Joan is still speaking, still waiting for us to listen. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter in the quiet hush of evening. As the world softens around you, let us linger one last time in the presence of Joan of Arc, not as a distant figure of history, not as a statue or a symbol, but as the girl she was, the woman she might have become, the echo of courage that still lingers in the air centuries later. Her story is short, barely a flicker in the grand sweep of time, and yet it burned so brightly that its light has never truly faded. She walked the earth for only 19 years, a span so brief it feels almost impossible that she could have changed the course of nations, but she did. Think of her as she might have been on an ordinary day, before the visions, before the battles, just a girl from Domremy, tending sheep in the fields, listening to the wind rustle through the trees. There was nothing in her beginnings to suggest the extraordinary path she would walk. And yet, when the voices came, when the call sounded, she did not hesitate. She stepped forward, not as a warrior, not as a general, but as herself, a young woman who believed, fiercely and without doubt, in something greater than herself. That belief carried her through battles, through betrayal, through fire. It carried her into legend. And what did she leave behind? Not just victories on the battlefield, though those were remarkable enough. Orleans liberated, a king crowned at Reims, a nation's hope restored, but something far more enduring. The idea that conviction alone can move mountains. That faith, in whatever form it takes, can be a force as powerful as any army. Joan did not win because she was the strongest or the most skilled. She won because she refused to be anything less than what she believed she was meant to be. Yet, for all her triumphs, her story does not end in glory. It ends in a prison cell, in smoke and silence, in the cruelty of those who feared her power. Even then, even as the flames rose around her, she did not renounce the voices that had guided her. She held fast to them, as she had always done. And in that final moment, she passed from history into myth, not because her life was perfect, but because it was human, flawed, fragile, radiantly real. Today, she is remembered in countless ways. As a saint, as a warrior, as a symbol of resistance. Streets bear her name, statues stand in her honor. Artists and writers have woven her into their works for generations. But perhaps the most remarkable thing is how she transcends all these roles. She is not just a figure of the past. She is a mirror, reflecting back whatever we need to see in her. To some, she is faith incarnate. To others, she is the voice of the marginalized, the girl who refused to be silent. to still others, she is simply a reminder that courage does not always wear the face we expect. Her influence lingers in the quietest of ways, in the determination of those who stand up when the world tells them to sit down, in the unshakable belief of those who trust their own inner voice, even when no one else does. Joan's legacy is not locked away in history books. It lives in the small, everyday acts of bravery that go unnoticed, in the moments when someone chooses to believe in the impossible. And so, as you settle into the stillness of night, let Joan's story rest gently in your mind, not as a tale of war, but as a story of light, flickering, persistent, unextinguished. At first, priests and theologians examined her, testing her faith, probing for heresy. Some, like Brother Jean Pasquerel, her confessor, became steadfast allies, traveling with her, hearing her confessions, offering spiritual comfort. Others, like Pierre Cauchon, the bishop who would later oversee her trial, saw her as a threat to be dismantled. Even in her final days, there were moments of unexpected kindness, a sympathetic guard who allowed her to pray, a priest who slipped her communion despite orders to withhold it. These small mercies, like candles in the dark, must have reminded her that God had not abandoned her. And then there were the voices: Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, the celestial companions who guided her from girlhood to the stake. They were her constant comfort, her unshakable truth. When all others doubted, they remained. When the world called her a liar, they whispered reassurance. In her cell, as the days blurred together, their presence was the one thing her captors could not take from her. As you drift toward sleep, picture Joan not as a solitary figure, but as a woman woven into the lives of others. The daughter who left her parents weeping in the doorway. The warrior who inspired soldiers to follow her into fire. The prisoner who faced her judges with a quiet defiance that unsettled even the hardest hearts. Her story is not just one of battles and visions, but of the people who loved her, feared her, failed her, and in the end, carried her memory forward like a fragile, flickering flame. And in the stillness of the night, imagine this: a girl from Domremy, surrounded by friends long gone, whispering a prayer for those she left behind. The bonds she formed were not unbroken, but they were real as the earth she once walked, as real as the stars that still shine above the fields where she once played. Close your eyes now, and let her story settle over you like a soft blanket, warm and heavy with the weight of all those who loved her, and all those she loved in return. Sleep gently, knowing that even the briefest connections can leave echoes that last for centuries. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Before the visions, before the armor, before the fate that would etch her name into history, Joan was simply a girl from Domremy, a village cradled by rolling green hills and the gentle murmur of the Meuse River. She was Jean to her parents, Jeanette to her childhood friends, a daughter of the earth who knew the weight of a sickle in her hand, and the scent of freshly cut hay clinging to her skirts. Her days began with the sun, rising with her family to tend the fields, to milk the cows, to knead bread with hands that would one day grip a sword. There was a rhythm to those early years, slow and steady as the turning of the seasons. And in that rhythm, she found a quiet joy. Her father, Jacques, was a man of stern devotion, his calloused hands often folded in prayer after a long day's labor. It was from him that she learned the value of steadfastness, of holding fast to what one believed even when the world scoffed. Her mother, Isabel, was gentler, her voice a lullaby in the dim light of their hearth. She taught Joan the prayers that would later comfort her in the darkest hours, the ones whispered beneath the stars when fear crept too close. Together they shaped her, not with grand ambitions, but with the quiet, unshakable love of parents who saw in their daughter something they could not yet name. In the evenings, when the fire burned low and the village settled into silence, Joan would sit with her siblings, her brothers, Jean and Pierre, who teased her for her seriousness, and her little sister, Catherine, who clung to her like a shadow. But in the quiet moments, she would steal away to the edge of the camp, where she could see the stars. She missed the smell of fresh bread, the sound of her mother's voice, the way the light filtered through the trees at home. Later, in the cold stone cell where she awaited her fate, she clung to memory. She closed her eyes and imagined the feel of sun-warmed grass beneath her feet, the taste of wild strawberries picked in secret, the way her father's laughter rumbled like distant thunder. She slept fitfully, the straw of her prison pallet nothing like the soft bed of her childhood. Yet, even here, she whispered her prayers, her voice steady, her heart still holding fast to the love that had shaped her. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Joan not in armor, not in chains, but as she was a girl who knew the quiet joy of routine, who found solace in the turning of the day, who carried the warmth of home with her always. Let her story lull you into rest, like the gentle murmur of a river, like the soft rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Close your eyes and let the peace of her remembered days cradle you into dreams. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Joan of Arc's inner world was shaped by the quiet rhythms of her childhood, the deep faith of her village, and the unshakable certainty that she was guided by something greater than herself. From the earliest days in Domremy, she moved through life with a simplicity that belied the complexity of her convictions. She believed in duty, in devotion, in the sacredness of a promise. Her philosophy was not built on grand theories or scholarly debates, but on the steady, unwavering light of her own heart. When she first heard the voices, Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, she did not question them. To her, they were as real as the wind rustling through the fields, or the sound of her father sharpening his tools at dusk. She once said, "I was 13 when I heard the voice of God For the first time, there was no doubt in her, only the quiet certainty of a child who has been given a task and trusts utterly in the one who gave it. Her faith was not passive. It demanded action, courage, a willingness to step into the unknown. When she left her village to seek out the dauphin, she carried with her the uncomplicated belief that if she did as she was asked, God would provide the means. She did not fear the journey, the skepticism of soldiers, or the weight of a kingdom's hopes. Fear is for those who do not trust, she once told a trembling squire before battle. In the camps, surrounded by hardened warriors, she lived by a code that seemed out of place amid the clamor of war. She refused to swear, chastised men for their coarse language, and insisted that her soldiers attend. Some mocked her, but many came to respect the quiet strength of her convictions. She did not drink to excess, did not partake in the revelry that often filled the nights before battle. Instead, she knelt in prayer, her armor glinting faintly in the firelight, her lips moving silently as she sought guidance. Her sense of justice was fierce, but tempered by mercy. She carried no personal hatred for the English, only the belief that France must be free. When asked why she wept over fallen enemies, she replied, "They are souls, too." She forbade looting, punished those who harmed civilians, and once famously intervened to stop the execution of a captured soldier, saying, "Killing a man who cannot fight is not victory." As the war dragged on, her philosophy deepened. The voices did not shield her from doubt or weariness. There were nights when she lay awake, staring at the stars, wondering if she had misunderstood, if she had failed. Yet even in those moments, she returned to the same truth. Her duty was to obey, to serve, to trust. "I would rather die than betray what I know to be right," she confided to a priest who questioned her motives. Her trial revealed the unyielding nature of her beliefs. Faced with cunning interrogators who sought to trap her in contradictions, she answered with a simplicity that baffled them. It was not evasion, but the honest expression of a soul that knew its own fragility and yet held fast to faith. Even in her final days, as the flames licked at her feet, she did not recant the heart of her belief. She may have signed a paper out of momentary weakness, fear clawing at her resolve. But when the fire took her, it was with the name of Jesus on her lips. Her last words were not of anger or despair, but of forgiveness. And so, as sleep draws near, let Joan's quiet certainty soothe you. Imagine her not in the roar of battle, but in the stillness of prayer, her hands folded, her face lifted toward the sky. She believed in love, in duty, in the unseen hands that guide us. She walked without fear because she trusted in something greater than herself. Let that trust wrap around you now, soft as a blanket, steady as a heartbeat. Her life was short, but her philosophy endures, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light. Even in doubt, there is faith. Close your eyes and let her story carry you into rest, like a boat on gentle waters, like a leaf drifting slowly to the ground. Sleep comes, and with it, peace. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Joan of Arc's life was not one of ease. From the very beginning, she faced obstacles that would have broken a lesser spirit. Born in a small village, Domremy, she was a simple peasant girl with no wealth, no power, and no formal education. Yet, even as a child, she heard voices she believed were sent by God. When she first spoke of them, she was met with skepticism, even laughter. Her own family doubted her, fearing she had imagined these divine whispers. But Joan held fast to what she knew to be true, her faith unwavering even as others dismissed her. As she grew older, the voices became clearer, more urgent. They told her she must leave her home, travel to the Dauphin of France, and help him reclaim his kingdom. Imagine for a moment the weight of that calling. A young girl, barely 17, setting out on a journey through war-torn lands, alone, with nothing but her conviction to guide her. The road was long and treacherous, filled with soldiers, bandits, and the ever-present threat of capture. But Joan walked on, step by step, her trust in God steady as the earth beneath her feet. When she finally reached the Dauphin's court, she faced new challenges. The nobles sneered at her, mocking her rough speech and peasant clothes. They questioned her sanity, her motives, even her virtue. Yet Joan stood before them, unshaken. She asked only for a chance for armor, for a horse, for the opportunity to prove that she had been sent for a purpose. And when they tested her, demanding she identify the Dauphin in a room full of courtiers, she did so without hesitation, her quiet confidence silencing the whispers of doubt. Even then, the road ahead was far from smooth. She was given command of troops, a responsibility no woman had ever held in that time. The soldiers, hardened by years of war, were reluctant to follow a girl. Some muttered behind her back. Others outright refused her orders. But Joan led not with force, but with faith. She prayed with them, tended to their wounds, and stood beside them in battle. Slowly, they began to see what she saw, a France not broken by war, but waiting to be healed. The battles themselves were brutal. At Orleans, the English siege seemed unbreakable, the city's defenders weary and outnumbered. Joan, clad in her white armor, rode at the front, her banner fluttering in the wind. She was wounded, an arrow piercing her shoulder, but she did not retreat. Think of the soldier far from home, tracing the outline of a medal bearing Joan's image, drawing comfort from the thought that courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it. Think of the countless people who have faced impossible odds and whispered her name like a charm, as if some fragment of her strength still lingers in the air, waiting to be claimed. Even in modern times, her story refuses to fade. Films and books reimagine her, sometimes as a warrior, sometimes as a mystic, sometimes as a figure caught between heaven and earth. Scholars debate the nature of her visions. Were they divine, or the product of a mind under unimaginable pressure? Feminists reclaim her as an icon of female agency, a young woman who defied the rigid gender roles of her time. Pacifists and soldiers alike find meaning in her contradictions. A girl who waged war but spoke of peace, who wore armor but wept for the dying. And then there are the places where her memory lingers most vividly. In Orleans, where she broke the English siege, they still celebrate her every year with festivals and parades, as if she might ride through the gates at any moment. In Rouen, where she was burned, a modern church now stands near the site of her execution, its stained glass windows casting colored light over quiet visitors. In Domremy, her childhood home remains, simple and unassuming, a reminder that greatness can emerge from the most ordinary places. But perhaps the most beautiful thing about her legacy is how it belongs to no single group, no single interpretation. She is claimed by believers and skeptics, by patriots and rebels, by those who see in her a saint, and those who see in her a human being flawed, frightened, and impossibly brave. Her story bends and shifts with the times, yet at its heart, it remains the same. A girl who listened to voices no one else could hear, who walked into fire rather than deny what she knew to be true. And so, as the night deepens and the world outside grows still, let her memory settle over you like a whisper. Imagine her not as a statue or a painting, but as she was, a young woman who laughed, who wept, who doubted, and yet still stepped forward when the moment came. Her light was brief, but it cast long shadows. Even now, centuries later, it flickers in the stories we tell, in the courage we find when we need it most. Sleep now, and may her presence be a gentle one, a reminder that the past is not truly gone, that the echoes of a single life can ripple outward, touching souls yet unborn. Rest and know that somewhere, in the quiet spaces between history and memory, Joan of Arc still stands, her banner lifted, her face turned toward the dawn. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. Joan of Arc's story has been told and retold so many times that it has gathered layers of myth, like soft dust settling over an ancient book. Some of these layers have smoothed away the rough edges of her life, turning her into something more like a legend than a living, breathing girl. Others have twisted her into shapes that serve different purposes: political, religious, even romantic. But beneath all these interpretations, the truth remains, quietly waiting to be noticed, like a candle flickering in a dim room. One of the most persistent myths is that Joan was a simple, uneducated peasant girl. It is true that she came from the countryside, from the small village of Domremy, where she tended sheep and spun wool, but she was not entirely untouched by the world beyond her fields. Her father was a farmer of some standing, a man who held local responsibilities. and she grew up near a road where travelers passed, bringing news from distant places. She knew of the war tearing France apart, of the English claiming the throne, of the suffering of her people, though history remembers her as a singular figure. She was first and foremost a daughter, a neighbor, a friend, a young woman whose character was molded by the steady hands of those who raised her, guided her, and in their own ways prepared her for the extraordinary path ahead. Her parents, Jacques and Isabelle, were the first and most enduring influences in her life. Jacques, a farmer of stern but loving disposition, taught her the value of hard work, the satisfaction of a day spent tending the earth, and the quiet strength that comes from perseverance. He never coddled her. Instead, he entrusted her with responsibilities, watching over the sheep, helping in the fields, even making difficult decisions when needed. These small acts of trust built in Joan a sense of capability, a belief that she could bear weighty tasks without faltering. Isabelle, her mother, was a woman of deep faith and gentle wisdom. She taught Joan the prayers that would later sustain her in moments of doubt, the stories of saints that would inspire her, and the quiet devotion that would become the bedrock of her courage. It was from Isabelle that Joan learned the power of prayer, not as a ritual, but as a living conversation with the divine. The parish priest, a humble man whose name has been lost to time, played another quiet but essential role in Joan's formation. He was not a great scholar, nor did he preach with fiery eloquence, but in the dim candlelight of the village church, he spoke of God's love with a sincerity that resonated deeply with Joan. When she first began hearing voices she would later identify as saints, she did not rush to tell anyone. But when she finally confided in the priest, he did not dismiss her as a dreamer or a madwoman. Instead, he listened carefully, asked thoughtful questions, and guided her with cautious wisdom. He taught her to discern between true spiritual promptings and mere imagination, a skill that would later prove vital when she stood before skeptical nobles and churchmen among the villagers. There were others who left their mark on Joan's heart. There was the old widow who lived near the edge of the woods, a woman who had survived war, famine, and loss, yet still greeted each morning with quiet gratitude. Joan often stopped by her cottage, bringing firewood or fresh milk, and in return, the widow shared stories, not of grand battles, but of endurance, of small acts of kindness in dark times. These conversations planted in Joan an understanding that true strength was not just in fighting, but in persisting, in holding fast to hope when all seemed lost. Then there was the blacksmith, a burly man with hands as rough as iron, who had once been a soldier. He never spoke of glory or conquest, but sometimes, when the forge was quiet and the evening light stretched long across the yard, he would tell Joan of the realities of war, the weight of armor, the exhaustion of long marches, the importance of caring for those under one's command. These were not lessons in strategy, but in the human cost of battle, lessons that would later temper Joan's leadership with compassion. Perhaps the most unexpected mentor in Joan's life was the forest itself. The woods near Domremy were not just a place of chores or childhood games. They became for her a sanctuary, a place where she could listen to the rustling leaves, to the distant calls of birds, to the whispers of her own heart. It was there, beneath the ancient oaks, that she first felt the presence of something greater than herself. The solitude of the forest taught her patience, the ability to wait in stillness until clarity came. Later, when she stood before kings and generals, that same stillness would anchor her, allowing her to speak with conviction, even in the face of doubt. As Joan grew, so too did the nature of her relationships. The war she entered was not the stuff of noble tournaments or chivalric romances. It was brutal, bloody, a struggle fought in the mud and the rain, where disease killed as surely as swords. The English, confident in their longbows and their chain of victories, could not fathom that a peasant girl, untrained, unlettered, could turn the tide. But Joan moved with an uncanny instinct, rallying the dispirited French troops, urging them onward with a faith that seemed unshakable. At Orleans, she led them to a victory so improbable it was called a miracle. The city, besieged for months, was freed in days, and Joan's name was carried on the wind, a beacon of hope in a land that had nearly forgotten what hope felt like. And yet, for all her triumphs, the world was not ready for her. The powers that be, the bishops, the politicians, the men who ruled from shadowed chambers, could not understand a girl who spoke with such certainty, who claimed divine guidance beyond their control. When she was captured by Burgundian forces and sold to the English, the stage was set for her downfall. Her trial was not about justice, but about silencing a voice that threatened the established order. They accused her of heresy, of witchcraft, of wearing men's clothes, as if it were a sin greater than the lies they told themselves. Through it all, Joan remained steadfast. Even in her final moments, as the flames climbed higher, there was no plea for mercy, no renunciation of the voices that had guided her, only that quiet peace, that unshakable certainty that love true, divine love, could not be destroyed by fire. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let the weight of history settle softly around you. Picture the flicker of candlelight in a medieval chapel, the murmur of prayers in the cold dawn. Think of the girl who walked unafraid into the storm, not as a legend, not as a saint, but as a human being, one who laughed, who wept, who feared, who loved. Let her story cradle you, gentle as a lullaby, and may you rest as peacefully as she did at last, in the arms of the faith that never failed her. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Joan of Arc's story did not end with the smoke curling from the pyre at Rouen. Like embers carried on the wind, her legacy spread slowly, quietly, transforming the world in ways no one could have foreseen. At first, the silence was heavy. The victors wrote the histories, and for a time, her name was spoken in whispers, if at all. But truth has a way of rising, like the sun breaking through morning mist. And over the centuries, Joan's life began to take root in the collective imagination. She became a symbol, not just of faith, but of defiance, of the quiet strength found in the most unexpected places. In the years following her death, France began to remember. The war she had fought to end was finally over, and people started to wonder, had she truly been a heretic? Or had she been something far more dangerous, a girl who dared to believe she could change the course of history? By the time her trial was revisited, and her name cleared decades later, the first threads of her legend were already being woven into the tapestry of culture. Artists were among the first to feel her pull. Painters depicted her in armor, bathed in celestial light. A saint before the church had even declared her one. Writers, too, found inspiration in her story. Shakespeare, though English, could not ignore her, though he painted her as a witch in Henry VI. But even in distortion, she lingered in the mind, refusing to be forgotten. In the quiet corners of chapels and the hushed discussions of scholars, Joan's name began to take on new meaning. She was no longer just a peasant girl who heard voices. She was a question, a challenge to the way the world understood power. Could someone so young, so seemingly insignificant, truly be chosen? Rest now, knowing that some stories never truly end. They simply unfold, like petals in the quiet dawn. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Joan of Arc's story is woven with moments both grand and humble, threads of the miraculous and the profoundly human. Let us drift back through time, like leaves on a quiet stream, to uncover some of the lesser-known whispers of her life, the small, tender details that reveal the girl behind the legend. One evening, long before she took up arms or rode into battle, young Joan was just another village girl in Domremy, tending her family's sheep in the rolling fields of Lorraine. It was there, amidst the rustling grass and the distant sound of church bells, that she first heard the voices. They came to her gently, like the murmur of wind through the trees. Saint Michael, Saint Catherine, and Saint Margaret each spoke to her not with thunderous commands, but with quiet insistence. At first, she was afraid. Who wouldn't be? But over time, she learned to trust them, to recognize their presence, as one might recognize the voice of a dear friend calling from just out of sight. Even as a child, Joan had a quiet strength about her. She was deeply pious, more so than most children her age, often slipping away to pray in the village church when her chores were done. It was this patience, this willingness to wait in stillness, that would later give her the courage to stand before kings and generals. When the time came for her to leave home, she did so with heartbreaking simplicity. She asked her uncle to take her to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs, where she intended to seek an audience with the local garrison commander, Robert de Baudricourt. Imagine her, a peasant girl of 17, dressed in rough homespun, standing before a hardened soldier and declaring that God had sent her to save France. He laughed at her, as many would, but Joan was undeterred. She waited. She returned, and when she predicted a military reversal for the French before news of it had even reached the town, Baudricourt finally agreed to send her to the Dauphin. Her journey to Chinon was not an easy one. Dressed in men's clothing for safety, she traveled through dangerous territory, her small escort wary of bandits and enemy patrols. Yet, through it all, she remained calm, as if she carried an unshakable peace inside her. When she at last stood before Charles VII, the uncertain heir to a crumbling throne, she did something extraordinary. The Dauphin, testing her, had hidden himself among his courtiers, but Joan walked straight to him, as if she had known him all her life. Some say she whispered something to him, something so personal, so impossible for her to know, that it moved him to tears. Whatever passed between them that day, it was enough. He gave her armor, a sword, and a place at the head of his army. Joan's time on the battlefield was marked by moments both fierce and tender. She carried her banner into war, not because she relished fighting, but because she refused to take a life herself. "I love my banner 40 times more than my sword," she once said. She tended to the wounded, prayed with the frightened, and even scolded her soldiers for swearing, urging them to confess their sins. There is a story of how, during the siege of Orleans, she noticed a group of starving townspeople watching from the walls. Without hesitation, she ordered that food be shared with them, even as her own troops had little to spare. One of the most poignant moments of her brief career came not in victory, but in defeat. After the failed attack on Paris, Joan was wounded by an arrow to the thigh. As she lay bleeding on the field, her voices told her to retreat, a rare moment of caution from the saints who had once urged her forward. Even in the heat of battle, she listened, and she obeyed. Her trial, too, was filled with small, revealing moments, and though she could not read or write, common even for many of higher birth in her time, she spoke with clarity and conviction, able to hold her own in debates with theologians and soldiers alike. She was not just a girl who heard voices. She was a girl who understood power, who knew how to command attention. Another common misunderstanding is that Joan acted entirely alone, a solitary figure guided only by divine voices. In truth, she was part of a larger movement, one that had been waiting for a sign, for hope. The French people were weary of defeat, desperate for someone to believe in. When Joan arrived, claiming that saints had told her to lead the Dauphin to his coronation, she was not immediately embraced. She had to prove herself, to persuade skeptical nobles and wary priests. She was examined, questioned, tested. And when she was finally given a chance, it was not as an isolated visionary, but as a leader among soldiers strategists, and supporters who saw in her the spark that could turn the tide. She did not win battles single-handedly. She stood beside men who fought with her, who trusted her. Then there is the image of Joan in armor, pure and untouchable, like a saint already halfway to heaven. This, too, is a simplification. She wore men's clothing for practical reasons. It was safer on the battlefield, harder for enemies to grab her, but also as a deliberate statement. Yet, she was not some ethereal figure, untouched by human fears or doubts. She wept when she saw the wounded, trembled before her judges, and at times grew frustrated when others did not move as quickly as she wished. She was stubborn, even willful, refusing to back down when she believed she was right. This was not the docile maiden of some paintings, but a young woman of fierce determination, one who scolded kings and rallied armies with equal intensity. Perhaps the most romanticized part of her story is her death. The image of Joan burning at the stake, bathed in holy light, has been painted and written about so often that it feels almost serene. But the reality was far more brutal. She was alone, abandoned by the king she had helped crown, betrayed by those who should have protected her. The flames were not quick, they were agonizing. And before the fire, there was the fear, the loneliness, the crushing weight of knowing that the voices she had followed, voices she still believed in, had led her here. Even then, in her final moments, she called out to God, not with the certainty of a saint, but with the desperate faith of a human being clinging to hope. Over time, her story has been shaped to fit different needs. To the church, she became a symbol of divine intervention, a martyr whose death proved her sanctity. To France, she was the embodiment of national pride, the peasant girl who saved the kingdom. To feminists, she was a rebel against the constraints of her gender, a woman who defied expectations. And to skeptics, she was a case study in psychology, a girl whose visions might have been the result of illness, stress, or even deception. Each of these interpretations holds some truth, but none capture her entirely. What is often forgotten is how young she was. She was 17 when she first went to war, 19 when she died. She had no training for what she did, no real preparation for the weight of leadership or the cruelty of politics. She was a teenager who believed deeply and unshakably that she had been chosen for something extraordinary, and because of that belief, she changed history. But she was still just a girl, one who might have longed for ordinary things, for home, for safety, even as she marched toward her destiny. As you drift toward sleep, let these layers of her story settle around you, not as contradictions, but as facets of a life too vast to be contained by any single tale. The real Joan was neither entirely the saint nor the symbol, neither the perfect heroine nor the helpless victim. Imagine her not in armor, but as she might have been in a rare moment of peace, sitting by a fire, hands wrapped around a cup of warm broth, listening to the distant sounds of a world she would soon change. There is comfort in knowing that even the most extraordinary lives are made up of ordinary moments. The night is soft now, the edges of the world blurring into dreams. Let your breath slow, your thoughts grow lighter. Joan's voice, if you listen closely, is not so far away. It whispers in the rustle of leaves, in the sigh of the wind, in the quiet certainty that courage does not always roar sometimes. It is as simple as taking one step forward, then another. Even when the path is unclear, sleep comes gently, like evening settling over a field in Domremy. Let it carry you, as Joan was carried by her faith, as we are all carried by the stories that shape us. The past is never truly gone. It lingers in the spaces between our breaths, in the quiet before dawn. And somewhere in that stillness, Joan is still here, still brave, still believing. Close your eyes now and let the darkness wrap around you like a cloak. Tomorrow will come as it always does. But for now, there is only this moment, this peace. May your dreams be gentle, your rest unbroken. And may you wake, as Joan did each morning, with the quiet certainty that even the smallest light can pierce the deepest dark. Good night, sleep well. The story is not over. It is only waiting for you to dream it anew.